Sobrevivimos el fin de semana, más o menos, pata quemada, pero como de que no. Espero que estén entendiendo un excelente lunes, un excelente inicio para tu semana. Bienvenidos al Casino del Tío Salo. Ya saben que aquí nos vamos a poner a analizar absolutamente todas las tablas que nos manden, empezando siempre con Bitcoin. Pero antes de eso, como siempre, tengo que platicar con ustedes de algo que me está llamando la atención. Bastante. Y para todos los que sean nuevos en este canal o que estén dando por primera vez acá, analizamos un poco las cosas diferente. No es tanto que analicemos las noticias, lo que estamos analizando es lo que hay detrás de las noticias, la narrativa y qué es lo que está causando esto. Y esto nos sirve muy bien para analizar de alguna forma el mercado. No sé por qué, bueno, entiendo el por qué, porque por eso lo hacemos, pero es demasiado sencillo de cierta forma ver las cosas así. Toma tiempo, pero una vez que lo encuentras, se siente bien porque empiezas a encontrar respuestas sencillas en vez de estar fijándote en todas las complicaciones, la complejidad de todas estas noticias, de todos los sistemas que hay, etcétera. Es básicamente no volverte un especialista, poder quedarte atrás y ver qué es lo que está pasando. Como antes les había dicho, y el título de este video es El gasto se detuvo de nuevo. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué es lo que está pasando y qué es lo que me hizo hacer este video? Y esto no tiene nada que ver con la bolsa, por cierto, aunque tendrá cierto punto que ver con la bolsa. Siempre pasa esto. Pero lo que me llamó muchísimo la atención esta vez es lo que estamos viendo con lo de los aranceles, ¿no? La super narrativa de los aranceles que está haciendo que todo el mundo no quiera gastar dinero, que gaste dinero, que se adelanten a los aranceles, que va a haber inflación, que no va a haber inflación, y es por eso que nos quedamos un poco fuera de las noticias, no nos queremos meter ahí, pero es más la narrativa. Y la narrativa nos dijo al principio de año, el mercado está sobresaturado, todo el mundo está en él, bla, 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 lo vamos a dejar. Pero también todas las acciones polarizantes que estaba tomando Donald Trump iban a tener un efecto en literalmente la economía. La economía es el día a día de cómo nos gastamos nuestro dinero todos los seres humanos. Eso es lo que es. Y eso es lo que estamos hablando acá. Entonces vimos un alentamiento de la misma, pero al mismo tiempo no tanto. Al principio de año nos dijeron a todos que deberíamos de salir instantáneamente a comprar todo antes de que venga inflación. Y todos los negocios, agencias de coches, todo el mundo se puso como loco y fueron a comprar un chingo de inventario. Después de que vino el inventario y que compraron todo esto, ahora viene el resultado de todo eso. Y eso también que fue, primero los productores y también todos los importadores fueron a comprar cosas, gastaron su lana, toda la gente que tiene su marquita de ropa fue y compró más tela porque necesitaban antes de que subieran los precios de la tela. Y todos ellos ya tenían un inventario pesado detrás de ellos, no lo estaban vendiendo. Y una vez que el gobierno convenció a todo el mundo de que los aranceles venían, Ford empezó a hacer comerciales junto con Kia, diciéndole a todo el mundo, güey, vienen los aranceles, viene la inflación, vamos a subir los precios, ven a comprar hoy tu Ford antes de que suban los precios, somos muy buena onda y queremos que te lleves el coche barato. Eso de verdad funcionó muy bien con toda la gente y fueron a comprar coche. Les funcionó perfecto. Y no nada más fueron a comprar coche, fueron a comprar básicamente todas las tonterías muy caras que no se iban a comprar nunca, lo que hizo que lo que va a hacer que nuestro resultado del PIB del segundo cuarto va a ser una monstruosidad. Y ahora, ¿sabrían que esta narrativa que les estoy contando, que estamos leyendo en el mercado, está mal si el Q2 del PIB es una mierda o comparado con lo de antes? Está completamente mal esta narrativa. Lo podemos probar instantáneamente. Bueno, no instantáneamente, todavía falta como 28 días para que salga ese número. Pero si ese número llega a salir en muy positivo, vamos ahí midiendo esto. ¿Y ahora qué es lo que está pasando? Estamos entrando al tercer cuarto del año. Justo hoy es uno de los días más importantes, los cierres más importantes de todo, cualquier tabla que estés leyendo, porque cerramos velas mensuales, cerramos velas trimestrales, cerramos velas de 2 meses, cerramos velas de 6 meses. Es uno de los momentos más importantes y además los fondos tienen que rebalancear su portafolio. Entonces, atentos a todo eso y a todos los movimientos del mercado. Entrando en el tercer cuarto, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo ahora? Toda la gente que fue a correr, a comprar cosas, sobre todo coches, etcétera, antes para prevenir la inflación de los aranceles, para los que me están solamente escuchando ahí, entre comillas, porque no existe esa inflación de los aranceles. Claro que precios cambian en ciertas cosas que se permiten, pero en cosas grandes, por ejemplo, no lo estás viendo. Los coches no van a subir de precio, la gente no tiene dinero. No nada más eso. Vimos que en el Q2, el cuarto pasado, la gente fue a comprar coche porque cayeron en esta mentira de que los precios iban a subir. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que está pasando? Como todo el mundo fue a comprarles coches en el segundo cuarto del año, ¿qué fue lo que hicieron los dealerships, ¿no? Las agencias de coche? ¿Qué fue lo que hicieron esos güeyes? Fueron y se llenaron de aún más coches. Y ahora quiero que entiendan esto, tal cual como ustedes, como yo, que nos endeudamos comprando estos coches pendejos, etcétera, y cosas estúpidas, las agencias, los negocios también se endeudan para poder comprar más cosas, más inventario, etcétera. Y justamente eso es lo que está pasando en este momento, donde todas las agencias vieron todo el nivel de compra que hubo, bueno, de ventas que ellos tuvieron, y se dijeron, güey, esto va a seguir, la fiesta va a continuar por mucho tiempo. ¿Qué hacemos? Fácil. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es ir a comprar más coches. Fueron y se atascaron de coches. Todas estas agencias, y ahora estoy hablando de agencias chicas, ¿ok? Coches de entre $2,000 a $10,000, $2,000 a $20,000. Esos coches que eran el pan de todos los días, básicamente no los están vendiendo. Tienen muy poca actividad en este momento porque todo el mundo fue y compró antes. Entonces, el tercer cuarto comienza a pintar muy negativo, muy negativo para nosotros. Y esto que nos dice que tal vez sí estamos entrando en este sube y baja, porque recuerda, la administración de Biden, que voy a quitarla de enfrente de nosotros, el gobierno de Estados Unidos y la propaganda de Estados Unidos hizo lo que pudo para lavarle la cabeza a todo el mundo que en el 2022 no hubo recesión. Literalmente cambiaron la definición porque la definición era bastante sencilla. Son 2 cuartos consecutivos donde el PIB se contrae en vez de subir. ¿Y eso qué quiere decir, Alejandro? Donde el número es negativo, ¿no? Ya tuvimos el primer número negativo del año este año. Segundo número no va a ser negativo, va a ser muy positivo. Y lo que yo me preguntaba era, el tercer cuarto, ¿vamos a tener otra vez un bajón fuerte y agresivo? Aunque costaría demasiado trabajo poder llegar al nivel del primer cuarto. La razón por qué fue por todas las compras que se hicieron internacionales. Y esas son literalmente deducidas del resultado del Producto Interno Bruto en Estados Unidos. Es como se mide. Y aquí nos tenemos que entonces hacer esa pregunta. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo ahí? Porque también el negocio de ropa de nuestros fabricantes, de nuestros productores y de otros amigos que tienen otro tipo de negocios también en moda y esas industrias, están exactamente en lo mismo. La gente corrió el segundo cuarto y ahorita una vez más están así de, ¿dónde está todo el mundo? Y me llama muchísimo la atención porque era algo bastante sencillo de ver. Para la gente que no entienda esto todavía, solamente ahí les va puesto súper fácil. Han inculcado la narrativa como si fuera verdad de que la inflación viene solamente porque el gobierno de Estados Unidos expande su déficit. Con eso han convertido a todo el mundo en creyente de la inflación, ¿ok? Y también han convertido a todo el mundo en creyente de la inflación por los aranceles, ¿ok? Cuando tienes inflación, todo el mundo tiene mucho dinero para comprar. Y ahora, no tiene que ser mucho dinero que valga mucho, pero hay mucho dinero para poder ir por los mismos artículos, ¿ok? Y eso es lo que causa inflación. No puedes causar inflación cuando la gente no tiene dinero y subes los precios de algo. ¿Por qué? ¿Con qué te encuentras? La gente simplemente no lo compra. Y es justamente lo que estamos viviendo. Y esto lo voy a poner en pareja, cabrón, con lo que están haciendo con los créditos en Estados Unidos. Porque ahora están empezando a meter todas las cosas negativas, como el buy now, pay later, compra ahora y paga después, lo están empezando a meter en tu reporte de crédito. Antes no lo hacían. Lo que y esto lo voy a completamente conspiranoico y teoría mía, lo que están haciendo es destruyendo el crédito de todo el mundo. Aparentemente el sistema de crédito va a valer muchísimo más. Tu credit score, el crédito que tienes en Estados Unidos va a valer mucho más de lo que se imaginan. Y la gente que está endeudada va a ser vista como leprosos. Es más o menos lo que se siente que está pasando en todo esto, porque están haciendo que todo el mundo, todos los negocios entren en una deuda brutal. Los están engañando en gastar más no pueden vender lo que ya tenían y esto se los dije mil veces y es lo mismo que está pasando en los coches, está pasando en la industria de belleza, está pasando en la industria de moda, está pasando en todo. ¿Y eso qué es? Cuando ya a la gente le están cortando el crédito, no hay de dónde más sacar dinero. Y esa corte de crédito, donde ya la gente no tiene más dinero, pues ¿qué va a hacer? Y la cosa es, no están generando más dinero, estos pagos los están ahorcando a todos. Entonces, de sí misma, la economía en Estados Unidos, yo quiero decir que el 80% del país tiene que estar pasando por algo horrible, tiempos horrendos. Pero las buenas noticias es que de alguna forma a nadie le importa, todo el mundo está de, yo vivo endeudado hasta el culo y está bien, es normal. Y creo que eso también es parte de lo que le han inculcado a la gente en la cabeza por todo este tiempo, donde los han engañado en hacerlos pensar que eso es normal. No es normal. No es normal. Hemos expandido esa deuda y ese crédito para todos ustedes en forma loca, loca, loca. Otra cosa a lo que quiero poner también atención en este momento es, estoy empezando a escuchar estupideces de Evergrande en China. ¿Se acuerdan? Evergrande es de bienes raíces en China. Y la última vez que salió esto, quiero que lo sepan, esto fue en el 2021, septiembre, octubre del 2021. ¿Qué pasó en noviembre del 2021? Tope del mercado de cripto, enero fue el tope del mercado tradicional. ¿Por qué lo digo? No estoy diciendo que estén relacionadas, simplemente con eso empezaron la última vez y lo raro de todo este sistema de narrativas, lo raro de todo este sistema de noticias es que funciona en círculos. Lo mismo pasa una y otra vez, una y otra vez, una y otra vez, y es muy parecido todo, y los resultados de todo es casi idéntico. Entonces, depende que te acuerdes. Hay ciclos de 2 años, por ejemplo, en las noticias, donde te ponen la amenaza de Irán y luego te la quitan. Te la ponen, te la quitan, ¿no? Acuérdense que estábamos entrando en la Tercera Guerra Mundial. ¿Cómo va eso? Todo el mundo se le olvidó que existe Irán el día de hoy. Y solamente pasaron 3 días, ¿no? Entonces, tenemos ciclos de noticias de literalmente 2 años, 4 años, 5 años, 10 años, y tenemos los grandes, ¿no? 15, y de ahí ya lo puedes crecer hasta 100 años. Pero todo es un círculo, que es lo más raro de todo esto y lo más bonito, porque si estás poniendo atención, todas estas cosas las repiten una y otra vez. Y funcionan cada vez. No sé por qué, pero nos la tragamos enterita todos, que es algo divertido, pero es algo preocupante, honestamente, porque dices, ¿cómo es posible que caigamos en la misma cosa una y otra y otra y otra y otra y otra vez? Y justamente estaba viendo esto en, ¿cómo se llama? ¿Era esto? Ah, lo de las hipotecas y todo esto también, de lo que se platica en línea ahorita. Están platicando muchísimo de que en cripto lo vas a poder usar como colateral. Tal cual como nos invitaron a meternos en deuda pendeja, están diciendo en Estados Unidos, para los que no sepan esta noticia, que literalmente cripto va a poder funcionar como colateral o va a ser contado como colateral para tus hipotecas. Y todo el mundo está haciendo la broma de, ¡ja! Entonces, ahora que tengo $1,000,000 en Altcoin, ¿no? La moneda del pedo, voy a poder tener una hipoteca con eso. No, literalmente es una vez más ese juego de palabras muy inteligente que tienen estos tíos porque nadie lo cacha. Lo único que están haciendo es, están haciendo que los bancos saquen sus monedas estables, como habíamos dicho hace años. Están haciendo que estos bancos saquen sus monedas estables y es lo que van a contar para tu hipoteca, que es literalmente dólares o euros, etcétera, depende de dónde vivas. Pero muy chistoso, bueno, en Estados Unidos, porque esta ley es en Estados Unidos, pero es muy chistoso que todo el mundo crea que ahora sí que el gobierno de Estados Unidos está apoyando a que compres Fartcoin para que tengas tus ahorros en esa mamada y se siente feo lo que estamos viendo, es todo lo que quiero decir para la gente común y corriente como nosotros, ¿no? Que vivimos día a día y que no tenemos tristemente el teléfono del dinero que la tía Nancy Pelosi tiene, tenemos que poner atención a estas cosas para que no nos vean la cara de pendejos, porque una vez más, por más que le intentes meter sensatez a la gente, no la tiene. De verdad que las noticias tienen una fuerza muy cabrona en la mente de la gente. El hecho de que gente, a mí no me va a dejar de volar la cabeza esto, y esto es lo mismo que pasó con los coches. El hecho de que la gente cayera, que tenga un negocio, que vea que no está vendiendo nada y que caigan en tienes que comprar más inventario porque van a subir los precios y que vayan a gastar más cuando no pueden deshacerse del inventario que ya tenían, es ridículo. Lo fácil que es doblar a la gente y hacer pensar lo que buscas. Yo creo que es importante tener esto en mente, otra cosa que tener en mente, te están vendiendo ahorita que ya viene raíces, se va a caer, etcétera. Esto toma años, Dios. Llevo diciéndolo años, esto toma años. No va a ser tan rápido. Sí, hay más presión y hay más momentum a favor de los compradores ahorita, pero en todo Estados Unidos es un volado, dependiendo a dónde vayas, es donde ves eso. Por ejemplo, aquí en California, ahorita que nosotros estamos buscando casa, güey, las casas buenas desaparecen en 2 días. Han bajado los precios, pero nada, o sea, nada, nada, y al punto que desaparecen. Pero en Texas, por ejemplo, todavía tienen el mismo problema que tenían antes. Continúan perdiendo gente y se están yendo a otros lados, etcétera. Y por ende estás viendo esto. Pero a lo que quiero llegar con esto es una realidad que el mercado de bienes raíces se está dando la vuelta al otro lado. Solamente para que lo tengan en mente. La cosa es, esto, si te están incentivando a pensar que va a pasar muy rápido, toma años, tíos. Estaríamos ahorita básicamente donde estábamos en el 2006. Precios empezaron a caer en el 2008. Yo puedo decir que hasta 2007, tal vez estás donde el 2007, pero los precios no empiezan a caer hasta el 2008. Y se me hace muy importante tener eso en mente porque están poniendo presión una vez más en la mente de todo el mundo, pensando que ahorita es un gran momento para ir a comprar casa y te están diciendo que van a bajar los intereses, están vendiéndote otra cosa en las noticias, ¿no? Esa pelea con Donald Trump y Jerome Powell, la cabeza de la Reserva Federal. Baja los tipos, vamos a querer queremos que los tipos bajen. Es mentira. No quieren que los tipos bajen, están ahorcando a todos los negocios y a toda la gente. Trump tiene que jugar para que no haya dos, ¿no? Para que no todo el mundo diga, un momento, la Reserva Federal, tenemos que jugar el villano y el bueno y tenemos que engañar a la gente en pensar que viene dinero fácil. Todavía no, todavía no. Y si vamos al escenario que estamos viendo, que yo personalmente estoy viendo, la Reserva Federal no va a tener que bajar los tipos. Va a ser un anuncio nada más porque sí. Los tipos tendrán que bajar por sí mismos. Pero por ahora continúa todo de acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo. Gasto, ahorros de la gente están en la mierda, el gasto de la gente está en la mierda, la cantidad de crédito que están pidiendo está en altos históricos, y cómo están usando eso en contra de ellos. Recuerden que van a empezar a tener que pagar esos préstamos estudiantiles también, están empezando a quitar todas esos beneficios que tenía antes la gente por no pagar sus cuentas, que ya literalmente no existen. Los están borrando del mapa completamente, entonces vamos a tener que ver exactamente para dónde vamos. Pero con todo y eso, siempre hermoso, las tablas no nos mienten, nos llevan por buen camino. Estos tíos, Alex y Farhan, este viernes nos dieron los movimientos perfectos para el fin de semana. Espero que hayan disfrutado de aquello, hayan sacado un poco de rendimiento y también para todos los que quieran meterse al nuevo mundo de cómo funciona todo. Los negocios chicos y medianos, tíos, muy difícilmente van a jalar. Si no has visto la película del Demoledor con Sylvester Stallone y Wesley Snipes, vela a ver, donde todos los restaurantes se vuelven un Taco Bell. Es lo que está pasando en todos lados. Las empresas grandes están comprando todo. Entonces, tenemos que poner mucha atención. La manera más sencilla de hacer dinero es invirtiendo en las empresas más grandes de tecnología que tengan la mayor cantidad de usuarios y que tengan la mejor inteligencia artificial pública. Y también tienes que pensar los que producen productividad, los que producen los nuevos esclavos como Tesla, por ejemplo, etcétera. Sin más ni más, esto es lo que nos ayuda, por eso estamos aquí en Elite Trading Academy, porque aprender a ser trader no significa que tengas que estar de mamador haciéndole y comprando futuros y todo esto, pero puedes aprender a invertir a largo plazo también, y creo que eso es esencial para todo el mundo. Y para todos ustedes que quieran aprender con nosotros, que estén aprendiendo, que ya hayan visto algún curso en algún lado, que hayan estado aprendiendo a través del tiempo y quieran apoyarse en alguna comunidad, les traemos aquí nuestro Discord para todos ustedes. Está aquí en la descripción de aquí abajo. Y nuestro Discord, damas y caballeros, es absolutamente gratuito. Cáiganle y súper fácil de usar para los boomers como yo. Tienes aquí a la izquierda todos los menús. Aquí abajo, análisis, el de Farhan, el de Alex, tienes los dos acá para que los puedas leer todos. Siempre en la izquierda están los menús. Vengan a ver, si estás leyendo, escuchando algo que no entendiste, aquí tenemos todas las abreviaturas, todo el criptolingo y también de inversión, si lo necesitas en español y en inglés. También tenemos nuestro chat general, aquí es donde vienes a platicar con toda esta bola de genios y les preguntas, tío, ¿cómo lo ven todo? ¿Ustedes cómo van con esto? ¿Cómo van con ello? Siempre encontrar diferentes opiniones te va a ayudar muchísimo en poder tener mayor perspectiva en lo que estás haciendo. Vengan a compartir si han ganado o perdiendo dinero con nosotros. Este fue un buen fin de semana para todos, me imagino, porque de verdad que lo que platico, 1700%. Ese güey sí es Neo, no es mamada. ¿Cómo está haciendo esto? Short. ¿Cuántos X le estás metiendo? No pones. Nada mal, tío. Sí, ha sido un buen fin de semana para todos nosotros aquí en el Elite Trading Academy. Vean nada más esas delicias, como de que no. Pues vientos, me da muchísimo gusto. Vengan, cáiganle por acá y también tenemos nuestro torneo en BTCC. Cáiganle, aquí lo tienen. Vengan acá, dense una vuelta al torneo donde estamos regalando hasta $60,000 en USDTs. Quedan 15 días y 2 horas, solamente hay 36 participantes. No hay manera más fácil, en mi opinión, de venir a hacer dinero. Y esto es tradear, o sea, vienes al exchange de futuros y lo vas a tradear tú mismo, no estás pagando por entrar, no hay comisión por entrar, o sea, nada. Entras, participas para ganar esos hasta $60,000 en USDT. Aquí te pone exactamente los porcentajes de cómo se va el premio repartido. Depende si lo estás haciendo por volumen, si lo estás haciendo, etcétera, por P&L. Además de eso, también si quieren caer y no saben cómo usar esos exchanges, les recomiendo que vengan a nuestro sitio web, le piquen en tutos. Todo esto es gratis, por supuesto, todos los enlaces están aquí en la descripción de abajo. Le picas en cómo tradear en Bluffing, que es uno de los exchanges que usamos, es el de exclusivamente criptomonedas. Y en 5 minutos aprendes cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo usar el exchange, cómo abrir la cuenta, cómo básicamente hacer todo lo que necesites en 5 minutitos. Y también así funciona BTCC, que es donde estamos teniendo el torneo. La diferencia es que en BTCC también tenemos acciones tokenizadas. Para toda la gente puedes comprar Tesla, AMD, Nvidia y Google, Amazon, cualquier otra cosa, hacerle short, long. También tenemos oro, me parece que ya tenemos petróleo y pues a seguir dándole. Sin más ni más, les traigo aquí a estos cracks. Alex Farhan, good morning, gentlemen.
Buenos días, muchachos. How you guys doing? Happy Monday.
You're too chippy. You're too chippy. How are you?
I just had some coffee and I try to not be boring as fuck on the live streams because I've watched some of those. I don't feel it. I feel pretty fucked up in my stomach. I had some hot Cheetos last night. I ate the entire bag. I feel like, yeah. It's one of the reasons why I was late. I was shitting my guts out.
I've done that.
I hope you're feeling better, Alex, than that.
Oh yeah, that was me 2 days ago when I had those hot Cheetos.
The runners, no.
Oh, they're
the runners and hot Cheetos. I got a bag of runners literally.
You motherfuckers. I get diarrhea from eating this. What are you eating? I got a bag right here of the same thing that just gave me chronic diarrhea. Now, who am I to talk? On Sundays,
hey, thankfully in Mexico, I can buy prescription strength stomach medicine, so it's all good.
So true. So Bitcoin played out just like you guys said on the last stream. Where are we at right now? And Alex, you shared your screen first. Let's do this.
Let's check it out.
Are we getting a break even?
We're getting
a rejection.
Yeah. All right, cool. Let's get this going. Let's get this crypto. So what has occurred over the weekend? Well, we're essentially watching that 12-hour EMA9 to get retested over the weekend. It actually did. We finally hit that. That actually gave bulls a nice kind of footing ground to move up. You can see we were able to actually take out the last highs within this range and form a really nice green dildo. Now, going into the weekend, our bias was always 109.3 and then rejection. We see here Bitcoin went all the way up to almost 109K, not exactly, more or less 108.8 before finding a major rejection down. This is very important to watch. Because if you're on the camp that 109.3 will find some type of rejection around this zone, then this already selling off is interesting to bears. Because this is somewhat looking almost like a failed breakout, unable to go up to that 109.3. And even so, what you're seeing is we still have that very obvious price divergence that I could just draw here now. and here that we said, well, bears are essentially going to be playing this and using this high as their stop. So far, still, that has been able to work. We really needed bulls to essentially hold above 108K. That would have been crucial. A pullback after breaking out wouldn't surprise me. It's what I drew here. But you see, you're just unable to hold this zone, putting us back within this range. Now, there is still hopium here for bulls, and that is, well, you are still about to hit that 12-hour EMA 9, and you are well above it. You have a 12-hour silver cross, so it would make sense to find some kind of bounce here. But I'm not really convinced going into today that this 12-hour EMA 9 will continue to hold until it gets lost. This very well could. But what we're seeing is, we're just getting right towards the end of this here. If I draw this out, we're getting towards the end of this channel, which, if this is going to be true, it tells me that, well, you're going to see a move today. You're going to see a breakdown or a breakout. We do see volatility is contracted, and when you go to the 4-hour, it gets more interesting because you actually see this 4-hour volatility setup is at extreme lows, starting to move up. But now what you see is it's right on the edge of breaking down, just represented by that 4-hour 21 here. If you lose that, you're going to get a move down to the 107K. At that point, there's implications to just go all the way back to that 106 level. So as volatility is about to expand, and we're getting towards the end of this channel, and we have Bitcoin having these false breakouts, this is where trend really becomes key for us. So we understand that Bitcoin is still in a 4-hour uptrend, and that doesn't change. For me, it just makes it very easy to identify weakness now. And so with these red lines I just drew, that does represent each higher low that's on Bitcoin, right? Higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, question mark. And so that's why I'm still not giving shorts out in this range. Yes, it can look heavy to me. And as I said in the Discord, it is looking heavy. There's no reason why this 4-hour EMA 9 should have essentially gotten lost. You should have seen this hold as support. And unfortunately, now it's actually being flipped into resistance back at the 21. This ends up losing, though. This is going to, in my opinion, brew a breakdown. And you can really gauge that breakdown if that EMA 21 on the 4-hour gets lost. Easy target for me will be right around that 106K level. So we're still in wait and watch mode. In my opinion, Bitcoin really should have moved up, though, from here and then held support. It did not, and we actually fell through that. We've seen the last time on the hourly, we lost support. The difference between here was we were finding footing around the EMA 34 and the hourly. What do we have here? Well, you've now gotten under all major moving averages. You're rejecting. You have an evening star set here, and you're getting that follow through now. Seems to me like the next objective is going to be that 107.3. And again, once you're approaching that 107.3, understand that, well, if you go to the 4-hour, you're now falling under that EMA 21, which is going to be absolutely crucial for bulls to hold today. You don't want to see this lower time frame volatility start expanding, because in doing so, this could be the spark of the big breakdown, in my opinion. If I'm on the camp that 109.3 is going to be major resistance, and we've been talking about this for a week now, then for me, it just doesn't change anything. You actually, as a bear, would want to start seeing this volatility start to really fire off on the 4-hour, the hourly, the 12-hour. That then bleeds into the daily, 2-day, 3-day. That then ideally will bleed into the 5-day, because this is still a very valid setup. And there is concern with this 5-day. If we actually go, just delete all this stuff. I shouldn't have actually. There we go. I'll keep that. I can delete this. If you go to the HPDR and actually look at the 5-day, it is bearish. I mean, you're not bullish on the 5-day actually. Now, this could easily shift up, but this gives me max confluence of my idea, which is 109.3 should absolutely reject, taking you all the way back to under 100K. What you see is the median on the 5-day has shifted all the way to that 109.3, giving you max confluence of this being resistance. And you're also noticing that the 38.2% is coming right around that 98.3 level, which is lined up nicely with the daily EMA 100 again, which tells me that, well, there definitely is interesting setups that could take you all the way back to under 100K. But what you're going to notice is, again, it's going to be all dependent on if we take out that 1093. It's very simple to me on this view. If you get back above 1093 on this 5-day, yeah, you'll have legitimate reasons to think you're going to go up to that 120. We know this, though. We know 1093 is a big zone. We understand that if you end up rejecting that, it's going to lead to a major dump on Bitcoin, something like this. But we also know that if you start really reclaiming back above 1093, taking out these highs, there's going to be no reason why we're not going to be longing for that slingshot move up to that 120 to 114 on Bitcoin. And so the analysis still stays. We've all just been waiting patiently for that 1093 to get hit. The big question for bears now is it starting to get front run? Are we front running this idea? I mean, it only went a half a point from where I wanted to see. This is Bitcoin. It absolutely can't front run, leaving all the shorts, leaving all the TPs of longs just here before we end up going down at minimum, testing the EMA 5. Let's check what that is. That's sitting right around that 107K level. Lose that, you're going to get a move down to that 105.5 level. And at that point, you have to really consider another test down to support at 104.4, 103.1. That 103.1 still will continue to be a big spot. That doesn't change with time. What you're noticing on the 5 days, that was solid support. Boom, 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 boom. So if we end up coming back all the way down to here, you absolutely need to be cautious of this not holding. We've been getting a free move every time it hits, you just go up. But now if you end up coming all the way back down to here, you have legitimate concerns of a breakdown to the 21. And that is just simply based on the EMA 9 right here, moved all the way up to that 105.5 level. But you've also hit support more than 3 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. So, theory, it's not going to keep holding. The more times it goes down, it's going to get weaker. So I can imagine it's probably not going to hold the 8th tap. But we'll just see when we get there. So the 15 day is quite interesting to me. The median is all the way down at that 100K level. Now, bulls will look at this and say, well, look at the median got reclaimed. We're going to go up to 130, totally negating the fact that you absolutely unequivocally come down to here first before going up. This at least gives me confluence of a pullback. A pullback here is still bullish, and we understand that. If we go all the way back to 99.8, am I per se bearish? No, it needs to lose that EMA 100 on the daily. That then would make me a very, very bearish and confirm what I think is going to occur, and we can start targeting that 95.5. Until then, though, yeah, if we end up getting a pullback, let's say this breaks down here, boom, and you start coming down, this still isn't going to be looked at as majorly bearish. Bulls potentially have a little price divergence they're going to play with. All while the 15-day just retest the 15-day EMA 9. You can see that was the last major bottoming point before going up. You should not disregard that. And you should be looking at that as major support. You also see we reclaimed back above that in May. We've held it. And this median has shifted perfectly where that 15-day EMA 9 is. You can see, price does like to move up nicely up and to the right when you are above that median. It needs to, essentially. So this is gearing up for potentially a move. But again, it does not mean that we can't go and test this in July. We absolutely can. Even the 5 is right here at 104.4. That's interesting because that's lining up right around our support. So just understand that, Yeah. Still at resistance.
I mean, I have to ask, what is Cathie Wood's price target, though?
It's $3.2 million by the end of the month.
Oh, okay.
End of the month.
By the way, that's 11:59 today.
It's happening soon.
11:59 today.
Just eventually you'll see a God candle to $3 million.
Wow. Damn. No
If
wonder
it's
why
if
people
it's at
ask for
11:50
Kathy's opinion.
If the time is 11:58, it'll happen in 1 minute.
That's incredible. That's an incredible prediction, Mrs. Wood.
Easy.
It's because all of the big banks are what's the word? Are
De-dollarizing?
They're
Tokenizing?
when something that's fake.
Ponzi?
They're suppressing the price down to $100,000 when really it should be trading in the seven figures right now. They're artificially keeping the price down. They're artificially keeping it down.
I see. Wow, those bastards. They're making
The
cash
bankers
with
know.
that.
The bankers know. The bankers know that this asset is worth seven figures.
And now that they have it already in their books, kind of like BlackRock, I'm assuming that they also would like for other bankers, maybe not their own, but other bankers to let the price go up, because now that they have it, you would imagine that they would want to see it up.
Exactly. And also XRP, the real value is somewhere around 8 to 9 figures
per
it's
coin.
just being suppressed. Yeah, per coin.
That's crazy. I hope that everyone listening to us knows that this is a joke, and we're not that retarded. Please, I know, even
is taking it with foreign. See, I told you, Mom. Foreign just said it. Jesus. I don't know, boys. This weekly is interesting because we just had that weekly close. We were truly going to bust up into the right. Why would we lose them? Like, why would the median shift all the way up to all-time high? It either tells me then, yeah, you're going to end up really in July making a new high, moving up to there. Could even end up being into the first week of July. Or you end up coming all the way back down to that interesting 100K level, getting that test one more time, and then maybe moving up. Maybe. It's a big maybe at that point. Because then at that point, you're already breaking down on a daily, losing 103.1 under the weekly 9. And at that point, you have to just be gauging the 21, and that is right around 98 too. But that's at the wick low here, which is not good, because if you end up taking this wick low out, it's going to confirm what we already know, which is this is in a downtrend, and this potentially is a lower high. And the fact that you were unable to take out this weekly high is actually very concerning to me. Because that is what I've always said, the easy place to just put a stop loss on your short. Are bears really just going to be able to form a lower high before taking this high out? That would be very weak to me and very, very, very obvious in hindsight.
And also, you lost that median on the last red candle, and on the green one, you couldn't get it back.
Great point there. You did actually lose it. Yeah, you did. I didn't even notice that. And you were holding that since April, held it all the way up. You lost it here while losing the 9. You did reclaim the 9, but you lost the median. So it's like the only real confluence, you have is going back to that weekly EMA 9. And
that one's been under the median since January
for a while. Yeah,
I'll go to the 2 week. But this tells me that you most likely aren't going to just make a new high from this point. Rather, so you're probably going to go and test the weekly 9. That's going to give you another support test. There, you better hold. And you could, but with what we know on the 5-day, it is a concern. So with this weekly view, it does kind of shift things and tell me that, well, we might be actually front-running that 109.3 level, which is disappointing to me to see, but we'll see. Because it's either like we're not front-running that, it's just going to reject massively, but this already is looking pretty heavy. Brand new weekly candle. You already have a wick high rejection. I mean, and it didn't even take this last high out. Yikes. Let's check the 2 week, because the 2 week is looking better. But this is closing in 6 days. So it's going to be really crucial to see where this closes. Because the OPM is, you did get back above the median and you are holding it. But this, again, could just shift up massively into July, which would be a very telling sign if you start seeing
It
what
shifts up if price is below it.
if you start. So the median has no possible way of going up above price.
Very unlikely if price is above it.
It still has a possibility. It would just be a low possibility.
It's just extremely unlikely.
And if it did shift up, it would play into what I just said, which is that would be pretty bearish, because then that would have implications on the monthly, losing the 38.2%, which again, I'll say it is reclaiming it. We are above it. And that very well could just backtest that and move up to the median. Definitely. I mean, you have legitimate setups on the higher time frame, unless this just moves up again, which it did last month.
Well, when you're underneath it, right? That's what Farham was saying, that he goes up, so he should go higher.
Could. And then if this goes
in
up
9 hours,
it very well could. And if this goes up to 109.3, that's just, to me, mega confluence that, well, I'm going to punt a short here. I'm probably just going to have my stop at that high. But again, we won't know. And this is why I'll keep saying, I don't have a bias bear or bull in July. I need to see the next monthly close, which is coming today, thank God. Because all this could just start aligning, because you do have legitimate bullish setups on the monthly chart. You have volatility firing off. You have the pivot. It's above the momentum pivot, and that has a 100% hit rate of firing off, meaning it's never failed before. Very well could eventually fail, but it's always the scariest words a trader can say, or investor, is this time is different. It's not until it actually is. So I will always say that, but that's why this monthly and 2 week are going to be crucial to me. And the weekly already losing the median is an interesting sign. So that's all I see, really. I see a move down possibly to the 103.1s is brewing from this point, possibly down to 99.8. I was wanting that move first to go to 109.3, but bulls are unable to actually hold. Let's check that 4-hour trend real fast.
While you do that, also just a reminder, today there's a 6-month close, 3-month close, 2-month close, 1-month close.
4 hours shifted back to a downtrend, just so everyone knows. So this now just looks like a liquidity grab. This just took out the last higher low. This 4 hour is back into a downtrend with 4-hour volatility about to break out now. You do have to have a bias. This is about to break down all the way to like that minimum 107K, most likely down to the EMA 100. So we are holding longs in anticipation for that 109.3. I'm really unsure if that's about to occur. Let's go here. It's a lot. It's too much. Okay, quarterly is about to reclaim above the 38.2% on CME. Okay, that's good. Just confluence then of a pullback within the beginning of the month. You would want to see that hold. And that should hold. And ideally, if that does hold, that should take you up to all-time high. That's
simple. The pivot to momentum pivot. Oh, but on the monthly.
Yeah,
the 103.
This is the quarterly. Yeah, and it is. The monthly pivot is 103, right?
103.700 it was last time.
So if we wanted to really put our bear hat on, it would be by today, bears are going to try to nuke us down below that. Like straight up. If I was a mega bear, where would I want to nuke this down to? Well, probably under that pivot before the monthly close. And as dirty as it is, I do it today. So that way all these bulls here get all these bulls here get just screwed. And then this just churns back kind of sour. We've seen this before. We've seen these sell-offs occur at these levels. And before the monthly close happens, you just end up closing right under that 103K level. It's not out of question. And if you were a bear, that is what you'd want in confluence to all that lower time frame volatility that's about to fire off. I mean, you do have like a 4-hour volatility setup very close to firing off that could easily take you down to that 106K. But 103.3 would be a pretty massive pullback. So that's why
in hours.
Yeah, that's why it's just hopium. But I will say that, like, if I was a mega bear, that's exactly what I would try to do. Just nuke this shit down to the pivot. But yeah, no, this is interesting. So I mean, the
I'm
quarterly.
sorry, I have to say this because I'm a child. If I was a mega bear, I'd be looking for the nearest blunt object to shove up my colita.
Willingly too. Yeah, Bears and Bulls. We'll see who's fatherless in July. So far, it looks like Bears are going to be, but we'll just see. That's why I just have my levels. This quarterly is legitimately breaking out, though. Let's see the last time the quarterly had a breakout. It was here. So reclaimed. No, never mind. Ignore that. So it never actually has. Or no. I don't even think the blue zone was populated here. It was right here. So this is the only occurrence where you got above the 38.2% and bounced from it. Boom, that led to a 129% move. And then that was the only one. So you've never, other than that, been above that. There's some bull hopium there. Yeah, you move even 100% from here. It's kind of insane. 200K. That is legitimately there. That is a legitimate setup. That's why we really do have to gauge where these monthly, 2-month, and 3-month closes come. Same thing, about to reclaim the 2-month median. Next target will put you around that 140. This will shift. You can notice here that really the start of the bull market began once you got back above the bi-monthly median here. You were under it, you got above it, you were below it this entire time, right? Once you actually got above it here, this is where you just started to go up. From that reclaim, simply, you went up 86%. So 86% from here. Interesting. 192,000 Bitcoin. Why do I keep seeing that 200K Bitcoin? Am I Kathy Wood's long lost son? Possibly. And I mean, that's why these higher time frame closures are going to be important. Because, you know, that, and then the monthly, again, could confirm the breakout. You're holding above the, 38.2%, or at least reclaim, on spot, at least, it looks better. You're about to break it, back within it, and then the median move would take you all the way up to 150. So in summary, for me, it's going to be really crucial to be watching today. I'll know Bitcoin's going to start breaking down, in my opinion, if you're going to lose 106K on a daily close. If you start losing the median, you start losing the daily 9, and also losing 106K meme line, I think that'll be good confluence to at minimum have a move back to that 104.3 to like 103.1. There, you need to be paying attention. This was the last previous breakdown zone, and this led to a very easy trade if you just knew what to watch. If you lose 103.1, this will give you implications that you're going to move down to 100K to maybe even that 99,300. If in doing so, you move down to like 99,800, that does not still guarantee, bears' wishes of this being a top, and we're about to massively roll over. The only way to confirm that for me is to first take out June 22nd's low, taking out the daily EMA 100, and then losing that monthly 9. If we can do all those things, I do believe then this will spark a bigger move down to possibly testing the lows. But until then, you do have to be very cautious of simply this $100,000 region holding, and that's just based on the 15-day. We do see that the 15-day is giving us bias that, well, you very well could get a pullback. That pullback absolutely needs to hold around 100K. And if in doing so, you can bounce from this region and not take out June 22nd's low, you can then start making that move up to like 130s. If you start really losing this 100K level, yeah, I do think that's going to be the start of a major collapse, and you're going to end up testing the lows again. And then at that point, you just need to see if we're going to run them or actually hold. If you take out the lows, you then have to really wonder if, this weekly is just in a downtrend. This was a major lower high. This is what takes out the low, giving you that lower low. So then once that's confirmed, we know, okay, well, probably another lower high around here, and then we can take a short. But for me now, I'm actually going into today on the camp of more cautious. Crypto is looking slightly weak to me, and this 4 hour will be quite telling. Same thing as I said, if you lose this 4 hour 21, I'm going to use that as this is breaking down. You've lost to 38.2%. You've closed under this meme channel. You're towards the end of it. You have low volatility. Minimum, you can get a move down to 107K. You're almost there. So at that point, I'd have to then be looking for that deeper pullback to 106. 106K should hold. And it's still my bias. This could just be a bigger range. You could break down, test 106K, and then make your move up to that 109.3. And then roll over. It's all just dependent on 109.3 to flip me perma bull. If 109.3 gets reclaimed and that bleeds into like a 5-day weekly, that'll be major confirmation for me that this is about to break out majorly, and bulls are about to flex massively in July. Until then, though, I'm not going to get bullish at resistance. I'm still cautious around this region, and I will continue to say that until we actually hit it or break down. And that's it. So you're really not going to get any kind of fun price action until you break 103.1 or you reclaim 109.3. Until then, this is just a big range, and we can start using lower time frame to gauge a breakdown or a breakout. But it's legitimately until one of these zones break up or down, you're just going to be in a range, and that's it. And so far, you almost hit the top of the range. Should not surprise anyone that you're going to get some kind of pullback potentially. So that's Bitcoin. You can look at Bitcoin dominance. Okay, what was I doing here? Okay, so we got that pullback on Bitcoin dominance. That made sense. You're just now gauging. Let's go to the 2-day. It'll be obvious. You're just gauging simply the higher lows. So the 2-day EMA9 needs to hold. And from this point, you simply need to see an expansion. You got the pullback scenario. You got the higher high. You got the higher low. You just now need to take out this high and really confirm this was the higher low at support. As long as you're holding, though, above 65.38% on a weekly close, which you did not actually. Interesting. So you actually lost support on this last weekly close, giving me at least a bias that you're actually potentially going to try to reject around here. You can see here that the daily is now losing the 9. So this potentially is going to reject today. And you should be gauging more down towards that 64.9%. And that's just simply based on this support. I don't like to see this get lost. We need to see this hold. This did get lost into this week while the daily loses the 9. This then puts it back within this range. It would not surprise me if the weekly went up and actually tested the EMA 9. And we can throw the 5 on as well. It's been pretty strong. And even here you can see the EMA 5 definitely could get tested at this point. It's at 65.15%. Where you'll know this won't get tested or have a pullback is simply if the daily EMA 9 gets reclaimed. That'll put it back within support, holding the EMA 9. And we've seen simply when the daily 9 gets reclaimed, you generally do like to move up. So that's where I'll be wrong on this. If this daily today gets reclaimed, we then can look for a scenario back to around that 66.2%, which is just the highs of here, targeting around that 67. Oh gosh, targeting around the 69.5%. So it's going to be crucial to be watching the daily to determine the weekly on Bitcoin dominance. You need to see, though, no questions about it, 65.38% hold. And if you are a bull and you're grinding, if you're on the camp that this was a 2-day higher low, then you got to see today reclaim the EMA 9, leading to this candle moving up. Still very bullish, though. It's just chopping consolidation right at these wick highs. You just need to start seeing that hold, and then you can make an argument to move up. All right, you're towards the end of this. I mean, you had the false breakout. You're towards the end. This really could start rolling over. We've been really gauging that SMA 200 and the EMA 100. You're noticing that these are starting to get pretty tight, which is giving you confirmation that, yeah, this is getting towards the end of this range. Volatility is already reset. this is going to make a move soon. It seems like, for me, crypto is set up for a move in the beginning of July, really. Where will we know this is going to break out or break down? Simply, if you start reclaiming above the daily EMA 100, that'll give you a next target around that 5%. That 5% doesn't change with time. That still will be a bearish retest, and this still will be looked at as so. Where this will be kind of the last spot where bears are going to reject tether dominance. Getting above the daily EMA 100, reclaiming above 5% will be your confirmation of a big move up on tether dominance. If you start losing the daily SMA 200, this will be ultimate confirmation of a breakdown. And your next target will be 4%. So you're just simply waiting on tether dominance. Today, what we see is you've rallied up to the EMA 100. So again, logical to start seeing this get some kind of resistance, unless it reclaims this EMA 100. So with Bitcoin, it's going to be really crucial to be watching the daily EMA 9 reaction, and that's right now at 107K. So that still tells you that, yeah, you still can come down a little bit more. Daily EMA 9 should hold. We've seen just how well that held on this whole way up from the low 80s all the way up to all-time high. You'd get these moves down to the daily 9, you wouldn't test it, and then that would bottom you, and then you'd move up. You'd lose it, you'd reclaim it, you'd test it, and then you'd move up. So in theory, the daily 9 should hold. You haven't tested it since you broke out. This should offer you somewhat of support, while the daily EMA 100 on Bitcoin or on tether dominance offers somewhat of resistance. It's only really until you lose the daily 9 and tether dominance reclaims the EMA 100 on the daily where this will start looking better. So that's all I have on crypto. I think a pullback is brewing. I think we're potentially front running 1093. I'd be watching very carefully the daily EMA 9 and understand that the 4 hour is on the verge of breaking down if and when it does lose the EMA 21.
Sorry, I was, of course, speaking to the microphone while muted. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Let's see what Farhan has to say here.
Alrighty. I'm going to start with the daily, and I'm going to mention that on the short term, I do think we are going to get a pullback, which we are getting right now. I do think it's going to go a little bit more, but I do think that's going to lead into a higher low and eventually lead into all-time highs, and I will explain why. And I will also show you where I do think that pullback will lead to. Right now, if you see where our median is at, it matches basically perfectly with our 21 EMA and this meme line right here. So we have two solid things giving us points of support in this area, and one meme thing giving us a point of support in that area, right around that $105,800 to $106,000 area. If you look at our momentum has started to shift down, rejecting the bullish control zone, and it is approaching the reset zone. This is the area where if we do hold support right at the median and the meme line and the 21 EMA, this is the area where it would flip back up. It would break these momentum lows while theoretically putting in a higher low on price, giving us hidden bullish divergence, and that would be what we need to break that 109 area of resistance. And then since we've rejected the bullish control zone the first time around, very likely the next time around, we are going to stay in the bullish control zone for a good amount of time. That's going to be one of a similar move to something we had back in this zone over here, where we constantly tap the 88.3%. Right now, the 88.3% sits at all-time highs at just under $120,000, at right around $118,500. Even that would be quite the breakout, but we didn't just stop there. We continued until we tapped the 88.3% one more time. We see where that zone was on this time around. Actually, it was 78.6. This was where actually even higher than where the 97.5% was at that time. It just rose up. Right now, the 97.5% sits at about $127,600, and it went slightly above that area. That would put us right around $130,000. Very, very prophesized number that's been coming up over and over again. And right now, while momentum is shifted down and we're getting a pullback, we are getting volatility starting to reset, telling you it's likely going to give you a higher low. Let's go into the 4 hour. 4 hour is also right now shifted to the downside. And now 4 hour is getting fairly close to getting into the bearish control zone. It's right at the edge. If you lose this 21 EMA, it's very likely it will go into the bearish control zone, and volatility right now is currently expanding, and the jewel is giving you a sell signal. So the short term is quite bearish. But as long as you don't close below about 106,743, eventually this 4 hour will shift into a hidden bullish divergence, and that'll send us back up to 109s. It won't quite break it. That's what the daily divergence will do, and that one will be the one that breaks the 109 area. And right now on the 4 hour, we have still yet to get a retest of that 200 SMA after getting our breakout of it. And that 200 SMA sits beautifully with our meme line right now, right around that high 105s area. Many different things pointing support for that 105 area. Switch to the 2-day. 2-day right now is has a fresh close over the median, and we have yet to back test it. And since we are getting a candle like this, which is breaking our meme line, getting a deviation of it, it gives us an easy target of hitting this bottom meme line, which lines up beautifully with the median, basically to a T, at right around that 105.8 to 105.7 area. Because of how many points of support I am getting in this area, I am going to give an Academy long right around 105,850, and I'll put the stop loss here at about 104,575, which is a free long for anybody who's taking notes and writing that down right now. Right now on the 2-day, the jewel is still giving us a buy signal, and it's giving us hidden bullish divergence. And right now we have a closure on that buy signal, so we have a confirmed buy signal. So very, very, very likely makes it so that we get this move right here. Let's bring out my Picasso skills. Get a move down to here. Slight move up, rejection on the first type around, move up here, rejection, putting in a nice little inverse head and shoulders, and then we get our busting action to that meme, that 38.2%, possibly the 50%, right along our new all-time highs. Very nice, very, very, very artistic. Maybe I'll stop these charts and pick up a career in art. On the 2-day, momentum is still shifted to the upside, while volatility is very close to getting into an expansion phase from 0%. 5-day is now freshly shifted up on momentum. This is the first time 5-day has freshly shifted up since about April, where we had some insane busting action. Price was at about $83,000, $74,000 to $83,000 when momentum shifted up, and we went up only to about $110,000, $111,000. Pretty cool. And now we're getting momentum freshly shifting back up once again. And we are also putting in hidden bullish divergence on the 5-day, which has been confirmed on this previous 5-day closure. Very cool. Volatility is now sitting at extreme lows with that hidden bullish divergence, and momentum freshly flipped up. So whenever we get our test of this 9 EMA, which lines up beautifully with our meme line, very likely this is going to be a strong buyback area, and probably we're going to use this as a spring towards our all-time highs at the very least. So a bunch of different signals coming together and telling you that the high time frames are quite bullish. 5-day on the jewels as well as putting in hidden bullish divergence. That one has yet to be confirmed. That one will be confirmed with the close over 108,450 or 488. Weekly is currently shifted to the downside with volatility just about to start expanding. It has not quite confirmed the expansion phase just yet. What's likely to happen off of this setup is you're going to get, at the very least, a reconnect with your 5 EMA. 5 EMA also lines up beautifully with that meme line right around that high 105s, and this is at 105.7. Very, 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 very beautifully with that 105.8 area. And the idea is that the weekly will come right around the edge of the bearish control zone when you approach that 105s area. This is where it will flip up, and that'll also put in hidden bullish divergence on the weekly, which puts a lot of divergences across the board. Pretty safe to say you'll go to your all-time highs at that point. And your first target is right around that $114,000 area, which we've been talking for a long time now. And it's a beautiful tap of our median of the weekly. Switch to the 2-week, and we'll need the index for this one. Unfortunately, our beautiful, beautiful Bluefin exchange has not been around for the longest time, and they can't have data from before they existed. 2-week is still shifted to the upside.
They can't travel into the past and add the data?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, what a fucking stupid problem. All right.
What a piece of shit exchange.
Dude,
Can't even get
time
data
travel
from what didn't
abilities.
exist.
Disgusting.
Oh, terrible. The boys at Goldman Sachs have been able to do that for the past 60 years.
For eternity.
2 weeks is still flipped to the upside, getting back over the reset zone. The last time we flipped back to the upside on the 2 week was in March, and that was literally off of our low on $74,000, and we went literally up only until about $112,000. The time before that we freshly flipped up on our momentum was back in late 2024 when we went from about $60,000 straight up to about $100,000. So it seems to be very significant to flip up on momentum on the 2 week. And volatility is just about to start entering into an expansion phase from 0%. And the jewel's giving you hidden bullish divergence, which is confirmed, and a confirmed buy signal. Right now we're still over the median, and we're about to get a close over that median. Gives us a 61.8% chance of going to that top 38.2%. But very likely we will get another move into that median, and that will be our spring into that top 38.2%. Probabilities are extremely likely that if we close over the median will stay around where it is or move slightly down, and that will give us a target of where we can enter into our long to get to that 38.2%. It's very, very likely you will have to tap that median, maybe even slightly go below it, but not close below it, and then get a buyback in the area and then spring into the 38.2%. Right now, it's right around that $130,000 area that we've been looking at for a couple of streams now. Monthly is now reclaiming the bottom 38.2%, and monthly is also putting in hidden bullish divergence. All we need to do is close over this 38.2%, and this momentum will shift back to the upside, putting in that hidden bullish divergence, giving us a target of the median. Right now, the median could move up. It is probable that it moves up since price action is below it, but we'll have to see it confirm on the monthly open. Right now it's sitting at about $151,000. And if we do close over this 38.2%, that median is going to become a magnet for price action. Right now, the monthly jewel is starting to lose the sell signal and flip into a neutral. And if we close over the 38.2%, this monthly jewel is going to shift into a buy signal. And if we mark off of the vertical line, whenever we had a monthly buy signal, let's see. It's market only in this area because it's gonna give us more skewed results if we take the buy signals from here. This is more powerful. Alrighty. Okily dokily. Wow, that's quite powerful. But this is towards the beginning of Bitcoin. So more immediately, a move up of about 90%, then about 124%, and then about 353%. So that's quite a bit. Let's make this one disappear. This one seems even bigger. This one went straight up. Immediately about 116%, then about 761%. Quite tranquilo. That puts Bitcoin close to $1 million if it does that right now. Kathy would be like, I told you so. Immediately about 96%. The immediate move seems to be around 90%. Then 100. Then the later move is about 200%, and then I'm pretty sure we're not going to get that 700% again. Probably not even going to get the 200% move again. And then about 300%. Now let's see how much we've done so far. About 17, about 19, close to 20%. It's like the smaller end move of about 90%. Brings us to about $177,000. I wonder what that median of that 38.2% would be. About around 158% to around $250,000, $240,000. Let's see what 250 would be. Damn, Luna opened the door? How the fuck she do that? It'd be about 160%. 200% would be roughly $280,000. I'm not saying we're gonna do that. I'm not saying we're gonna go anywhere close to that. All I'm calling is somewhere around 130 to 150, which is right around that median. Not as crazy as saying we're gonna go to $280,000. One Bitcoin, one Chinese Bitcoin will be enough to buy you a Lucid Sapphire Air, even in California with all of those taxes.
But I was gonna say, I went on their website to see how much how much they were, because the prices are insane. But you can lease one for $500 a month. It's like the new
That's it?
Ghibli. It's like $580. Yeah.
Shit, I'll buy one for that much.
But that's what they're
lease one.
losing, dude. They're losing so much money on each one of those cars. It's crazy.
Hey, it's faster than a Plaid, so shit.
Yeah, it's crazy.
But it
It
doesn't
just
drive
doesn't have
itself.
the exactly.
And that's worth quite a lot.
I think so. Imagine just having a fucking slave driver for $8,000 forever in perpetuity.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Bring slavery
the fast
back.
part is just a bonus.
Hashtag bring slavery back. I'm sorry. Hashtag bring digital slavery back. There you
Hashtag we're immediately canceled.
go. If it's digital slavery, no. They're just gonna kill us whenever they're ready.
Just remember, AI, I had nothing to do with this. Please spare my life and my family's lives.
Oh.
On the quarterly, we were freshly flipped back to the upside on momentum. The last time we did this was back in late 2023, not even in 2024. This was in 2023 when the original United States setup fired off and we went some insane busting action to the upside. We have zero visible pullbacks on the quarterly chart, and we did how much of a move off of that? About 177% to the upside. I'm not even saying 177%. I just want about 40% or 30% to 130 to $150,000. And right now, our 38.2%, which is going to move, is currently sitting at about 194. And we are currently above the median. So that 38.2% would be a magnet for price action. Median's at about 103,300. We close in 9 hours. Bears have about 9 hours to bring price down $4,000. If they can do that, then all right, games have been won. Bulls are gonna have to pack it up and go home. But right now, that's not the case, and it kind of looks like the close is gonna happen over the median. And if we do close over the median, in my opinion, at that point, the Bears are gonna have to pack it up and go home because you have based on the HPDR, a 61.8% chance of going at the top HPDR level. And even if it does move down significantly, it's still gonna be a lot higher than where we are now. And we'll go to the RSI. Quarterly has inverse head and shoulders on tether. I mean, not inverse head and shoulders, regular head and shoulders. And it's going to be a negative number, so I'm not going to bother drawing it out. We currently have 4 drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly, going to be active as long as you're closing below about 5.85%. Your next target is that middle zone, which is currently about 3.58%. Go to our monthly, 3.58%. It's right around our monthly 100. And monthly currently has an active drive of hidden bearish divergence, and currently putting another drive of hidden bearish divergence. With momentum breaking these momentum levels here, price is putting in a lower high, and that will confirm with any close below about 4.36%. That will give you a target between somewhere around the simple moving average, which is already the target of your current divergence, and the bearish control zone. That puts you between 3.76% and 3.17%, which is right around that monthly 100. And from where we are at the moment, that is a dump ski of about 25-ish%, which correlates to a pump ski on Bitcoin of roughly 35 to 50%. That's quite a bit. Let's go to TUI. Nothing. 5-day, interesting. 5-day now has a fresh drive of bearish divergence, and this is quite a bearish looking candle right there with that shooting star. Wick all the way up to the 100 and kept the silver cross of the downside alive. It made quite a what do you call it, a bull trap of that silver cross, and then ended up closing below the 55 and continuing to hold the rejection, and then confirmed some bearish divergence, which is going to be active now as long as you're closing below about 5.26%. And your next target on that, and it's also putting in hidden bearish divergence because it's breaking these levels on momentum, but while still being below this high, and that will be confirmed if you close below about 4.76%. And the target of the current bearish divergence would be that bearish control zone and the simple moving average, which right now sits at about 4.46%. Yeah, right around 4.46%. And volatility is at extreme lows now on Tether. Bearish divergence, volatility at extreme lows. It's a nice little setup.
That's one loud little pussy.
He wants to get out. 3-day now has a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence on the previous close, and you got that same looking candle on 3-day. And that 3-day divergence will give you a target, so somewhere around, easy target of around the neutral zone of the simple moving average, which is at about, beautiful. Oh, no, never mind. I looked at the wrong number. I was looking at 4.629. It's actually about 4.27% to about, where's the neutral zone? 4.48%. So somewhere between that. And then the more likely target is going to be the bearish control zone because volatility is at extreme lows. And that's at about 3.89%, pretty close to our monthly 100. 2-day now has many drives of hidden bearish divergence, 3 drives. Volatility is now at almost 0%, and basically 3 periods of almost 0%. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.26%. And your target is going to be the bearish control zone, since volatility is at many periods of 0%, and that is right now at about 4.23%. So another setup giving you a target of 4.2s. That is how much of a dump ski on Tether? Let's see. About 12%. That would be about like 20 to 25% up on Bitcoin. That'll take you to right about 130K. Daily's got bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing below 4.91%. And your next move is into the bearish control zone with volatility at extreme lows. And that bearish control zone is at 4.5%. Critical zone right now is at 3.55%. Extreme lows on volatility, pretty likely. And that's right along our monthly 100. Pretty cool. Damn, Luna really wants to get out of here.
She hates her guts, from what I can hear.
Like, I hate you, papi. You are muy puto.
You sounded like Towley from South Park.
4 hours currently got a fresh silver cross to the downside, which is currently gonna be our resistance. And if we're gonna continue holding this bearish trend on Tether, we are gonna continue to reject below 4.85%. Right now, on the opposite end, Tether does on the 4-hour have a bullish divergence. We have hit the easy target of this neutral zone and our cluster of EMAs. The way to invalidate that divergence is going to be to close above about 4.86%. If that happens, then we'll get another retest of these highs, objective highs around 4.9%. If you can start closing over 4.9%, that's where it's going to be a deeper pullback on Bitcoin. Probably retesting 98s if we're going to, because we're going to have a target of somewhere between 5.08% and 5.17%. But the divergences on the higher time frames will still be active below 5.26%, or the medium time frames on the high time frames. High time frames are about 6%. Now we'll switch to Bitcoin. Bitcoin's got 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing over 76,702. And the critical zone target is going to update in about 9 hours. Right now it's at 204. Monthly has now invalidated the bearish divergence, putting a drive of hidden bullish divergence by taking out these lows and putting in a higher low. And that's going to be active as long as you're closing over 74,441. Your next target is a critical zone, which will update in 9 hours. Right now it's at about 160. 2-week has hidden bullish divergence, and we're putting in another drive of hidden bullish divergence by breaking these lows on momentum and putting in a higher low over here. And that would give us 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on confirmation, and it will be confirmed with the close over 110,617. We got about 6 days and 10 hours left to go. Well, basically an eternity in cryptocurrency land. Then, if that does confirm, you'll have 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, a bicycle with the jewel, hidden bullish divergence on the jewel, and volatility at extreme lows. And we have now started the expansion phase on volatility at extreme lows with hidden bullish divergence on volatility expansion. Quite the cooking setup, where it's going to be cooking rather than being cooked. And there's a big difference between cooking and being cooked. The bulls will be cooking in that situation, and the bears will be cooked. Gen A speak. Gen Alpha speak.
What does that even fucking mean? Gen A? Is that a real thing?
Gen Alpha. Yeah, Gen Alpha is the one after Gen Z.
Oh,
They're the ones that invented this language.
That is absolutely crazy. It's unfortunate. Well, soon we won't have to deal with them because AI will finish the entire world. Thank God.
Indeed.
It's been
Generation Alpha is going to be cooked.
Oh, yeah. They're already cooked. They're fucking addicted to 30-second videos. Retards.
Every single one of them is going to get through all of their schooling with AI.
That's ridiculous.
Your next doctor got through medical school with ChatGPT.
Can I ask you, what's the point of going to school anymore when you can just ask all the questions that they ask you on the test? No? Like before, they used to be like, don't break out your calculator. You need that. But then everyone eventually found out, like, all right, I can use my calculator for anything. Because, in the real world, there's no restrictions. Or my boss doesn't look at me and says, if you pull out your calculator to do this number, you're going to be fucking, you're going to be grounded. And now AI is the same thing.
Whenever you're sick and you go to the doctor and they ask you a bunch of questions, basically all they're going to do is ask those questions to AI.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What's the point of going to school anymore? That makes no sense.
And they try to put like little things in the exams now in college so they can catch you using AI, but kids can get around them so easy. I've seen my brother take an exam where they watch your eyes and they lock down your browser so you can't use AI. And he has ChatGPT open on his laptop next to his computer, and he just asking all the questions, and he gets a 96% in 15 minutes, just speed running through the exam.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's literally stupid.
You can get around all that shit. You can do whatever you want to try to stop them using AI. You'll get around it.
And again, what's the point? Like, is someone going to go out there in the real world and not use AI? Because someone, like, you go to work at a company and they're like, hey, I know you can become way more productive using this tool, but you're not allowed to. You cannot use calculators either. Like, what the fuck?
I'm pretty like the calculator example. I'm pretty sure your boss would prefer you to use a calculator.
That's what I'm saying. This is really stupid. Like really stupid as a whole, just as a base concept.
Hey, it comes back to that one concept of at the end of the day, school being a massive waste of time.
It is. Amen.
On the 6th day, hey, don't let people hear you say that, or they'll say you're a scammer ruining people's lives.
They already made because I've been saying this for a while before it became popular, and like now that people talk about it more and it's more understood. But literally in 2021, I made a video that went super viral, and they posted me in those pages that are like retarded people say things, kind of. They were like, this guy's telling people not to go to school, and now everyone just accepts it. It's so stupid.
Okay, I know a lot of people who went to probably 12 years of schooling, and now they're doctors. They work insane hours. They hate their lives. They're on call most of the time, where they can't really even relax because they can be called to the hospital. And I'm a fucking retard doing whatever I want most of the time, and I make more than they do.
Same. I got a fucking doctor that's my age, like pitching me businesses nonstop. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. I don't care. Like, you're a doctor. You're fine. He's miserable doing that. So yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah, most doctors I know in my crypto circles want to stop being doctors.
Same. Yeah.
My parents need to understand that. On the 6th day, we've got a drive of hidden bullish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing over about $98,330. And that divergence will give you a target of the critical zone, which is going to be pretty easy considering you have volatility at extreme lows. And that critical zone right now sits at about $118,000, just below 120. Nothing on the 5-day. 5-day right now on that move currently down to around that 105 area, lines up with our 5-day 9 EMA. Very likely is going to tap our edge of our bullish control zone, and well, lines pretty close to about 105 on the edge of the bullish control zone, and that's going to put in hidden bullish divergence by breaking these lows on momentum. That will give us a target of the critical zone, which right now is at about 131. Very beautiful. 3 days got hidden bullish divergence and putting in another drive of hidden bullish divergence. And that other drive will confirm with any close above about 108,310. And that will give us a target of around the bullish control zone, which is at about 120. Very wonderful number comes up once again. Volatility is at extreme lows. So we'll also have to consider the critical zone, which will update, but right now it's sitting about 159. 2 days got hidden bullish divergence with that volatility sitting at many periods of 0%, and is going to be active as long as you're closing over about 98,330. And your next move is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 113, slightly new all-time highs. And with this volatility set up, probably the critical zone, which right now is at about 142. And that will update tomorrow. Daily is currently putting in a drive of hidden bearish divergence that will confirm with any close below about 107,229. Pretty close to that number right now. And if that does confirm, that will give us a target of about the, what is it, simple moving average? Or the bearish, or is it the neutral zone? Yes, simple moving average. Right now, the simple moving average is at about $106,000, very close to that 105.8 area that we've been looking at, right along my meme line. Right now, volatility is firing off with that bearish divergence about to confirm. 4 hours also giving a volatility setup. Volatility is now expanding over that 15% area after many periods of 0%, with going along with that little dumpski or the move down, because very likely fuels our move all the way down to that 200 SMA, probably maybe a little bit below it. High probability this is going to be a buyback area, and the high time frames are going to take over, and that's where you're probably going to go towards your 1011 all-time highs, or not 111, 111. On the quarterly, tethered momentum is still strongly pointed to the downside, and is going to be pointed down as long as you're below 5.67%. But as long as you're closing over about 2.23%, eventually you will confirm hidden bullish divergence, and that will be the start of your crypto down-only market. It's going to be fun once we enter that market, though, because basically any single short, any single bounce you get, you can just blindly short. Monthly is currently pointed to the upside, but very likely within the next 1 or 2 months, once this approaches the edge of the bearish control zone, this pivot will change. Right now, volatility is sitting just on the edge of extreme lows. The idea is of that monthly pivot changing can be seen in the 2-week. 2-week was flipped to the upside until they reached a critical area right around the edge of the bullish control zone. And then the pivot did go up, and now it's going to be flipped to the downside. And it's going to be flipped down below 5.24%. And volatility is now at extreme lows. A nice projection of our meme line as well. Weekly is now also just about to fully contract on volatility, sitting at 21%, very close to getting into extreme lows. Weekly is going to be flipped to the upside while volatility contracts, and it's going to be flipped up above 4.64%.
By the way, Bitcoin is heading to your price for entry.
Oh, beautiful. Alex, would you mind posting that for me on the Academy?
What is it?
Daily long on Bitcoin entry is at 105,850 to 105,750.
We still have that long from around there. 105.6 to 106K. I could just adjust it.
We can put this one. We can put this one for people who are not in already.
That one never filled.
So perhaps delete that one and add this one.
Yeah.
Then we can put the stop at 104.735.
Oh, I'll just update the thing because it's literally the same. And then the stop on this one was 104.6. So what should the stop be on the updated one?
104.735.
Okay.
Oh, you just keep it at 104.6.
Yeah. All right. Well, I updated the entry, so it is updated.
Which is gracias. And now the 4 hours giving you that volatility setup, expanding above the 15% with momentum flipped to the downside, and it's going to be flipped down as long as price is closing below 107,900. So on the high time frames, Bitcoin is looking extremely bullish to me, with the quarterly giving you momentum flipping or remaining to the upside with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever. Quarterly RSI is putting in another drive of hidden bullish divergence. Monthly has already put in the hidden bullish divergence, and monthly is invalidated the bearish divergence. Monthly has now confirmed a volatility setup, flipping, going over that 15% and closing over the 15% after going below it. And monthly momentum is going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over $103,800. And that monthly volatility setup does have a 100% probability of playing out in direction of momentum, which right now is to the upside. 2 week is also giving a volatility setup, and that's going to be pointed to the upside as long as you're closing over about $98,500. Weekly is also going to be pointed to the upside. 5 days is giving you a volatility setup. Very, very likely that 5 day setup is also going to play to the upside based on momentum being currently pointed to the upside. 2 days giving you a setup, and 2 days going to be 2 days also pointed to the upside. Very likely that setup does play out to the upside if it does expand. Right now, in the low time frames, momentum is currently pointed down with volatility expanding. Very likely giving you a target around that 4 hour 200 SMA. Lines up with your higher time frame medians, and that mean line I have right around $105,800 to $105,600 based on our higher term divergences and volatility setups. Very, very high probability that area does get bought back, and from there I would expect to go to your current all-time highs or slightly new all-time highs, maybe some slight consolidation there. And then I'm looking at targets around $120,000 for your first level, and then about 130-ish, and then $150,000. The invalidation of all of this is getting either a tick below about 74,441 or a weekly close below about 92,900. If you get either one of those two things, then you're very likely going to mark this as your next local top. That's going to put in some bearish divergence, and then you're probably going to go break these 74,000 lows and probably going to go to somewhere around 50-ish to maybe even high 40s. But I don't think that's going to happen. I do think we're going to be seeing all-time highs within the next couple of, maybe even a month or two. Well, at the maximum, a couple of months.
Very nice. Thank you so much. Nice and easy. Also, what's next? Tesla and Amazon.
All right, I'll do Amazon.
Perfecto. Look at this fucking the S&P 5, the SPX. Look at this.
Good Lord.
That's a
one
quarterly.
Of the biggest bullish engulfing candles I've ever seen. It's engulfing 1, 2, 3, 4 candles.
Yep. And almost took this one too. Fucking crazy.
That's one of the most bullish quarterly candles I've seen in my life.
I think it is probably the most bullish quarterly candle aside from this one.
Jeff Bezos is sitting in the back wing with the rich white man laugh. Ha 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 ha. The slow rich white man laugh.
Good for him. God bless him. God bless him. Thank you, sirs. Let us
him
get
and
started.
His plastic wife celebrating their whatever they're celebrating.
Their wedding. They're getting married finally. Yeah. Because they needed to do that.
He better protect his Amazon share this time.
I mean, he's got more money than God. I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be fine. And spaceships. Okay. tenemos Bitcoin en la trimestral, damas y caballeros. Estamos cotizando en $106,940 por acá. Y importante el día de hoy, tenemos cierres muy importantes. Tenemos cierre mensual, tenemos cierre bimestral, eso quiere decir 2 meses. Tenemos cierre trimestral, tenemos cierre de 6 meses. Son cierres muy, muy importantes en las tablas. Buenas noticias para todos los alcistas en Bitcoin. Todas las temporalidades de 3 meses hasta la de 2 días, no, 5 días, también la de 2 días, tiene momentum apuntando para arriba, ¿ok? Estamos en postura alcista. ¿Por qué? Porque si estás aprendiendo apenas, tenemos estos máximos más altos, más altos, más altos, más altos y bajos más altos en toda esta tabla, lo que nos da una estructura perfectamente alcista en la de 3 meses para Bitcoin, y tenemos también volatilidad expandiendo por encima de nuestro promedio. Este es nuestro indicador. Aquí arriba le picas BBWP y te aparece esta chingadera. 100% volatilidad aquí. Esto mide la volatilidad. El 0% está aquí abajo en la línea azul. Esta línea yo la puse, la verde. Y la volatilidad es la línea de colores. La línea blanca es solamente tu promedio. Ahora, nosotros consideramos expansión de volatilidad cada que llegamos y cruzamos por encima de nuestro promedio. Eso es consideración en expansión. Y la otra, cuando caemos por debajo del 15% y después tenemos el breakout por encima del 15% y también del promedio, lo consideramos expansión. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante esto? Porque si tienes momentum y volatilidad apuntando en la misma dirección, y volatilidad definitivamente está apuntando en la dirección de arriba, en lo que estás viendo el precio subir, eso quiere decir que todavía puede empujar más, y sobre todo que vienes del punto más bajo de toda la tabla y apenas estás en 57%, a esta tabla le gusta el 88%, lo que nos dice que tiene muchas probabilidades en un movimiento fuerte y potente en el futuro. También estamos ante el cierre trimestral más alto de toda la historia en la tabla, en estos $107,000 por el momento. Bastante potente, se puede ver por acá. El cierre más alto que habíamos tenido en la trimestral era 93,355. Punto pivote en sería la mensual. Vamos a poner esto por acá para que puedan ver también el HPDR. Como habíamos venido a tocar la parte más alta, estamos por encima de nuestra media, y cerrar así nos da otra probabilidad muy alta de ir a los 113,817, que es la parte alta de la zona azul. Eso es lo que debería de tocar en esta tabla. Vamos a la mensual. Déjame quito mi HPDR. En la mensual tenemos también formación alcista. Estás viendo altos más altos, bajos más altos, además de que estamos por encima del promedio del 9. Y vale la pena decir, volatilidad está apuntando para arriba, momentum está apuntando para arriba, tenemos un setup de los dos. Esto nunca ha fallado en la historia de Bitcoin. Normalmente tiene un 100% de accuracy, ¿cómo se dice? Pasa 100% de las veces, no se ha equivocado todavía. Y venimos de uno de los puntos más bajos de la tabla de volatilidad, expandiendo ante estos velazos verdes. ¿Ok? ¿Eso qué quiere decir? También nuestro momentum, nuestro pivote de momentum está en los 103,800. Eso quiere decir que si ahorita en 8 horas 51 minutos, que es lo que falta para cerrar todas estas velas, cayera el precio por debajo de 103,800, esto se vuelve un setup negativo. Ahora, puede pasar, no creo, pero todo es posible en este planeta, así que no lo descuenten. Lo que nosotros estamos viendo ahorita es qué tanto va a ajustar Bitcoin antes de dar continuación a la alza, porque es lo que estamos viendo en altas temporalidades, en todas las temporalidades, menos en las muy bajas, todo para arriba, y en las bajas apuntando para abajo. Eso nos dice que estamos ante una corrección en este momento. Vamos a seguir viendo esto, pero por ahora, viendo la mensual y entendiendo dónde estamos, con un cierre por encima de los 105,900, debería de darnos un objetivo de $137,000 en la próxima abierta de precio. También habíamos dicho, volatilidad te está dando el 0 por acá, potente. 2 semanas, también tenemos un poco de lo mismo en la de 2 semanas. Denle 30 minutos esto para cargar. Volatilidad está preparándonos un setup de los buenos. Estos setups normalmente tienen tienen movimientos de 50%, los de 2 semanas, y eso nos pondría en solamente 50% a la alza. Digamos que se da a la alza el movimiento. Eso nos llevaría a los $160,000, y a la baja a los 50,000. De nuevo, todo está apuntando para arriba junto con momentum, etcétera, y a menos de que cierres abajo en los 90 y... No, 103,800 no tienes 103,800 no tienes problema. Por ahora, nuestra media en esta tabla se encuentra en los 92,500. Estamos muy por encima de ello. No hemos venido a retestear ni siquiera la media desde la tercera vela. Estamos por encima, la habíamos ganado. Estábamos por debajo de, por cierto, esto es muy alcista y nos debería de dar más, nos da más probabilidades. Las probabilidades favorecen a irnos a $114,000 antes que venir a retestear el promedio del 9 en los 96,500. Semanal. Semanal está preparando un setup de volatilidad. Va a tener que bajar la volatilidad antes de poder encontrarse. Y también perdimos la media por acá. Nos rechazó la media y ahora estamos justamente entre el promedio del 9 y la media. Ahora, ¿por qué es importante eso? Porque de no poder aguantar donde está el promedio del 9 en los 105,900, puedes también tener un poco más de movimiento a la baja. Recuerda que es predatorio este pedo. No te la va a dar tal cual ahí. Se paró y se va a regresar. Siempre y cuando podamos aguantar por encima de este promedio del 9, deberíamos ir a buscar los 128. Bueno, primero los $113,000 en un alto histórico y una vez que lo rompamos, los 128,800. De perder la zona de los 105,900 en cierres semanales, estamos hablando de ir de vuelta a los 101,77. 5 días, 8 de la mañana. Trump, Putin, Trump. Uy, en la de 5 días podemos ver el rechazo directito de la media, pero nuestro promedio del 9 nos está aguantando por aquí abajo en los 106,641. De poder aguantar en básicamente esta zona, este canal, tenemos más probabilidades de ir una vez más a los 108, rompiendo los 108,800, podríamos ir a los 120, pero en la de 5 días tenemos un setup de volatilidad nula. Normalmente estos setups, como lo habíamos llamado al principio, el setup de Hamas, el de octubre 23, que nos llevó de un Bitcoin de $26,000 hasta $70,000, estos setups mueven el mercado en promedio mínimo 35% del precio. Y eso básicamente matematiza hasta este punto aquí arriba en los 120 o al 50% en los 126. Para abajo sería simplemente al 50% en los 95 o hasta los 91. Atención acá, diaria, tenemos volatilidad expandiendo. Tenemos también nuestro promedio del 9 y 21 aquí abajo, aunque ya cruzó el 9 por encima del 21, eso nos señala fuerza. Tenemos nuestra media justamente acá, en esos 106,248, lo que todavía le da más confluencia a al análisis que nos acaban de dar, donde vamos a ver el precio de Bitcoin venir para acá y si aguantamos debería de llevarnos a la parte más alta de la zona azul en los 110,000 y de ahí cruzar para poder crear un nuevo máximo histórico en los $114,000. 4 horas, 8 de la mañana. En la de 4 horas lo que esperaríamos es, no hemos tenido un retesteo del S&P 200 desde acá atrás, tal vez venir a retestearlo en esos 105,700. Esta sería la oportunidad máxima para los Bitcoin y te está dando esto después de un setup de volatilidad nula agresiva junto con esta expansión. Y esta expansión, puedes ver, voy a poner una línea acá, está dándote este movimiento a la baja. Esta expansión en la de 4 horas no es tan violenta, obviamente, como las altas, por eso no estamos preocupados. Lo que nosotros pensaríamos es que esto va a venir acá y de acá rebotar con fuerza a la alza y esta va a ser tu zona de oportunidad para entrar en largo. Todo pinta a que tiene mucho más probabilidades moverse para la alza en movimientos bastante agresivos. Al mismo tiempo, estoy viendo una vez más, recuerden, necesito que mi dólar colapse. Un segundo, les voy a poner la de 3 meses para que lo vean bien. Esto es el DXY, esto es el dólar. Y ahí está pintado lo que siempre hemos estado diciendo. Queremos ver al dólar venir acá a esta zona de los 95, 94, apoyarse y explotar a la alza. Cuando el dólar llegue a esta zona, aquí, cuando todo esto empiece a caer más, el dólar, etcétera, aquí es donde vamos a ver el pico de todo ya valió verga el dólar. Cuando escuches una y otra vez esa narrativa y veas que el euro, sobre todo siendo utilizado menos el día de hoy que nunca y el dólar más que nunca, con el euro apreciándose más, con intereses bajos, no tiene sentido alguno. Cuando se este patrón de reversión es cuando probablemente Bitcoin toque su máximo histórico, que vaya a ser ridículo. El dólar caiga, Bitcoin encuentre tope, el dólar encuentre fondo y regresemos a la alza con todo. Otra cosa que me gustó mucho fue esto, lo que habíamos analizado de las altcoins, y se los voy a poner en la semanal, yo creo que es la mejor vista. Justamente fue a nuestra zona está yendo a nuestra zona de rechazo una vez más, que es justamente acá en los 155. Los alts continúan haciendo altos más bajos comparados con Bitcoin, que está haciendo altos más altos, y no hay nada acá que nos diga que esto va a cambiar, que esta tendencia de los altcoins va a cambiar. Creemos que los altcoins ya están entrando en su fase bajista, mientras que Bitcoin todavía no. Bitcoin todavía tiene camino a la alza, aunque estamos ante una corrección, como lo habíamos dicho. Poniendo la dominancia de Bitcoin enfrente de todos ustedes. Enfrente en la fotografía, dominancia de Bitcoin que viene a follarse al tío. Ok, vemos que la dominancia de Bitcoin está encontrando alto histórico. ¿Qué sigue después de un alto histórico? Bueno, un alto más alto, un bajo más alto y luego un alto más alto. Y el promedio del 9 está pasando justo por acá, por lo que esperaría que la dominancia de Bitcoin cayera tranquilamente hasta los 64.5%, tal vez a la media por acá, en el 63.66% y simplemente dar esa continuación a la alza. Ahorita lo que estamos viendo es el respiro que tuvieron los alts por justamente esto. La dominancia de Bitcoin había subido demasiado, tiene que darse una respirada, siempre invita a gente a decir, ya se acabó el dominancia de Bitcoin, las altcoins van a subir y pito, se regresa todo una vez más, es lo que ha estado pasando una y otra vez. Todavía tenemos objetivos bastante altos con la dominancia de Bitcoin, para mí es el 71%. Esta es la zona crítica. Si podemos romper esta zona crítica del 71 a la alza, va a ser una locura que nunca hemos visto, mínimo no, yo creo que nunca hemos visto y pues jugaría con todo lo que estamos diciendo. Al mismo tiempo tenemos la dominancia de Tether, que está haciendo lo mismo que las altcoins. Está cayendo. Y esto, siempre y cuando continúe cayendo, estando por debajo del S&P 200 en la semanal, también del 100, ¿qué nos dice? Nos dice que tiene más continuación a la baja y puedes ver que no ha ni siquiera podido regresar a esta zona, que es lo que habíamos dicho, para dar continuación a la baja, y esto sería alcista para Bitcoin, como todo. Pero pues, ahí lo tienen. Bitcoin se ve bastante bien para cerrarles el análisis. El día de hoy tenemos cierres muy importantes. ¿En cuántas horas? Vamos a ver. Denle 30 minutos a esto para que cargue. Ahí está. ¿Cuánto falta para cerrar esta vela trimestral? 8 horas 42 minutos. En 8 horas 42 minutos vamos a saber la verdad. Vamos a enfocarnos en la mensual. La mensual, ¿por qué? Porque en la mensual tenemos nuestro punto pivote en los 103,800 de poder aguantar por 8 horas y 42 minutos, que debería de los 103,800. Estamos muy por encima en los 106,800. Esto debería llevarnos mucho más alto. ¿Dónde empezaríamos a decir que estamos mal? Si perdemos los 105,000 planos y empiezas a bajar, puede que la corrección venga hasta los 92. Es lo que estamos viendo. Pero por ahora tenemos este tipo de idea en la cabeza. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Ahí están los Bitcoins. Alex, what do you got? You got Tesla?
Yeah, we got Tessie girl.
There she is. There she is, Veronica, my little China whore. Wait, doll.
That's funny. Yeah, here's Tesla. You know, it's just looking to me primed for a move down. Finally, to the S&P 200. We've been waiting patiently for that. Wanting upside continuation up to that 170 was dependent on taking out this high. We were unable to do that. This throwback was supposed to be just that. It was unable to be a throwback, leading to a deviation, rejection, back under the 34. Here we cling onto the cliff. Volatility is also reset now, finally at 0%. And 2 periods of 0% volatility, telling me that a big move is coming on Tesla. This one had four closures of 0%. You can simply see the reaction here once we actually got confirmation, leading to a pretty nice move on Tesla. 49%. Here as well. Once you finally fire it off, this one's to the downside. This is 27%. And this one had 2. So this was actually more in par kind of with what we're dealing with. So it was around 13.6%. So regardless, you see at least 10% moves on average with this volatility setup on the daily. That's an interesting point of view because what we have here is a 6.5% move down. That's right back to the previous breakdown zone that we had before reclaiming it. Never did we throw it back. Tesla's a very volatile stock. This can definitely move down to the SMA 200 and even wick below. How interesting would it be if this started to actually wick below, taking out all longs that are trying to bid that SMA 200 before springing on the meme line, giving us that bullish retest. As the Tesla bull, you're just trying to see this volatility either play out to the upside, ideally, which would mean that this actually is a spring. As soon as you hit this, you start aggressively moving up. Confirmed once you get back above 327 that this move down that hasn't happened yet, I will say, would then start looking more like a local bottom. Confirmation of that would be expansion off that 327 with volatility confirming the move. On the flip side, if you end up breaking down here and volatility does start firing off, the hopium is that volatility setup only takes you down to 300. I'm not sure that this, is going to just give you a little pullback on expansion of volatility at 2-0 sessions. It's only a 3% move with what we've already seen on Tesla with just a little views I've showed with reset BBWP on the daily. That's not really the case. Generally, you do see around 10 to 11% moves down, more on par with a dramatic move down to that 300. But remember, you're all just dependent. It's all dependent on the volatility setup. This very well doesn't need to fire off. And what we've seen before is this can have multiple sessions of 0 volatility. It's just an observation as we go within this range, losing the 34. Tesla is looking weaker than bullish in the sense of it can easily give you a pullback down to the SMA 200, which is something that all Tesla bulls should have already been gauging since their reclaim in June 9th. So I do think you're finally going to test this. Are we going to test it? Bounce, spring, volatility fires off, giving you that move to 370? Or are you going to actually wick below the SMA 200, hitting $300 before you go up? This scenario would mean that you absolutely can't close any dailies under the SMA 200. And that's why it would need to be a wick scenario. A wick under it, quick hit, you go back, you close above the SMA 200, giving you that chop before expansion. So just understand that the analysis on Tesla has been the same for multiple days now. It's all dependent on this SMA 200. You're either going to keep continuing to hold below it, finally retesting it and bottoming there before going up to that 370s, or you're going to start deviating this, losing this. This will start looking like a liquidity grab. This was the bearish retest before you're breaking down. Next objective would be 300, but if you're closing under the SMA 200, that has implications for this support not to hold, and you simply to break down, taking out this last low, going more closer to that 263 to 265 region. So that's the daily view. We can then go higher and look at a weekly. Let's do that. So the weekly view is interesting because you see here you're actually at the weekly 9, telling you that this is a pretty big spot. You have some legitimate support of that weekly 21 right around here, which does line up with your daily SMA 200. What's nice about this is that if Tesla starts closing weeklies under 300, that that's a breakdown per the moving averages. Whenever you close weeklies under that EMA 34, generally speaking on Tesla, you do make that move down to the EMA 100. You can see the EMA 34 has shifted up. It's moved up to around that 306 level. I have a meme line at 300. Nice psychological number. Simply flipping this resistance into support would be bullish. So you would generally need to see at least the EMA 34 continue to hold before you get that bigger breakdown. If you start losing that while losing 300, yeah, you'll have a real argument then to go all the way back down to that 270s to maybe even down to the 263 level that I mentioned. This area absolutely needs to hold. And you can see that Tesla was even unable to even retest it when we broke back above it. It did reject it, but it just was unable to retest this. So if you end up coming back down to that 263, 270 zone, you should be looking at that as more of a bounce zone than a dump zone. You know, if you end up dumping from here to that 270s, there's your dump. You could very well be back within that range, which is 270s to 260s hold, 300 acts as resistance. We saw this range play out really nicely here. You know, you just simply ranged within here before getting that breakdown. And then simply here as well. You hit support, you bounced, you rejected. It just was unable to hold that 263 before breaking down further. That's why I like using that weekly EMA 100 on Tesla. That is lined up pretty nicely with that 263, which kind of can keep me in check, right? If we start breaking down, daily SMA 200 starts getting lost, that then will start really opening up a move down to here. But with what we know with the EMA 100 on the weekly, crossing above the SMA 200, this is ultimately bullish, but also you should be gauging the reaction around this, the SMA 200 and EMA 100. That's just simply based on previous price action. You can see you have expanded from the EMA 100, but then you did come back and throw it back here. You never lost it. That led to the real move. So if Tesla wanted to, it very well could get that daily breakdown. It simply leads to the EMA 100 on the weekly getting tested more closer to that previous breakout point, giving us that throwback before going up. You get confirmation of that being a bottom if, let's say, that daily SMA 200 gets lost, bounces from this region, and then you get back above it. That then could open up a setup like what we had here, where that did actually lead to a pretty nice bounce on Tesla, i.e. a almost 16% move. But until then, you're just going to be playing the daily. You're going to be understanding that this is getting pretty tight. No matter how you draw it, you could draw it how I drew it there. You could draw it like this. Doesn't matter. It's all a meme. It's just more to represent that you do have lower highs. You are in like a volatility compression that's already shown on BBWP. And you are kind of towards the end of this, which is you already are losing the EMA 34. Generally, when I see that specifically on a daily, you do just start expanding to the EMA 100. So just be understanding that this could finally be that SMA 200 EMA 100 retest we've been waiting on. The reaction around that's just going to be really important. Bulls absolutely want to see something like this, getting back above that 329, 326 level before going up to 370s. This would be the most bullish scenario. Even in the most bullish scenario would mean that this has a false breakdown. This ends up springing from the SMA 200. Volatility does not expand, leading to the expansion where you get that 370 move. We can go to the monthly now. And again, the monthly is interesting because what you have here is that EMA 9 on the monthly, right around that 306 level. So again, it just gives you confluence of what I said. In July, you very well could get a pullback. You very well could test the monthly 9 again. But similar to what we see with the SMA 200, this should creep up a little bit more, like going to like 307 maybe, 306.80. This should go closer to the SMA 200, which is sitting right around that 311, 310 mark. This should act as solid support. You bulls want to start seeing this act like a spring and then go up into the new month. Again, if you start losing 300, that can be your sign that, yeah, you're most likely going to start making your move down to 360s. So just understand that. Nice reclaim of the 21 here. Getting all the way back down to that 304, 300.
Sorry to interrupt you. There's news on Solana ETF. Staking set to begin trading Wednesday. ETF and staking.
on Sol. Let's see. Did Sol do anything? Why not? Nice. Well, you're potentially getting that short setup soon on Sol that we talked about. Just mention that. Yikes. Let's see, though. Bulls are holding support here. That is funny because we're getting that 150 to like 158 move up that we wanted. So it's interesting to see that. So yeah, that's all I have on Tesla. You know, even on this point of view, you would just be wanting a throwback to the monthly 9, which would mean you would be gauging a pullback. Now, the HBR does tell a different story here. This isn't a breakdown. You will really be important to see where these shift. There's no point in talking about if it's closing in 4 hours, but just something to note that it is losing the 38.2%. With volatility now losing the moving average, more in that contraction phase. 15-day as well is in a breakdown. Interesting. This is on the verge, the 10-day. Just closed. Got to start seeing that 10-day EMA 9 hold. We're going to get a move down to that 306, where that should hold in theory. But this has 11 days. This just closed within a breakout, but you also saw the 15-day in a breakdown with the monthly in a breakdown. So conflicting, but it is nice because this was a fresh candle. This did end up closing and breakout, and at minimum, you could get a move up to that 335, possibly 355, if that 10-day EMA 9 holds. With what we see on the daily, a move is coming. A move is coming on Tesla. It's more bearish than not. I do think this daily will take you to that SMA 200. This is kind of where you'll determine if, that 10-day will start breaking out. You'll start moving up. Then we can like really start going up towards that 355, 370. You just start losing this on a daily. I'm not sure if that 10-day is actually going to hold the breakout, if that makes sense. Because at that point, then you'll just start being right under that 10-day 9. You'll have risk of losing the 38.2%, all while the daily loses the SMA 200. It's never good to be an aggressive bull if you're under the SMA 200, just in my opinion. So in summary, watch a breakdown here on Tesla. Really gauge the SMA 200. That hold on dailies. You need to start seeing that hold if we start testing that. It's not really until you start losing the SMA 200 where then you get legitimate concerns to test minimally 300. Lose 300, it's going to open up 265, 263 region. So the easy trade will just be wait, watch, see if this breaks down, watch the reaction of the SMA 200. If you bounce from there and you get back above that 226 level, great. You can make an argument then to start scaling longs targeting 370. Just understand that volatility is contracted, so you're kind of waiting to see if this fires off to the upside or the downside. And with this channel brewing, with us losing the median, with us under the 34, this does have a risk of a BVWP firing off and this being in favor of bears.
Alrighty, let's get started on Amazon. My favorite bald man's company. Oh wait, no, that's Coinbase.
And
my second favorite bald.
The Academy Bitcoin short is filling on the hourly, just so everyone knows.
Is the long posted as well?
Mm-hmm.
Muy bien. Maybe that short will take us into the long.
Yeah,
Inshallah.
That's the idea in theory. We'll see.
Let's look at quarterly on Amazon. Amazon quarterly is putting in quite the massive girthy green dildo off of the bottom 38.2%, back over the median. From the bottom 38.2%, we are currently up about 37% in one candle on Amazon. Amazon's one of the largest companies in the world, and we are up 37% off of one candle, with momentum picking back up on the quarterly at the reset zone, getting very close to getting back over the moving average, and volatility is now contracting fully to extreme lows, and the jewel is still giving us a buy signal. You go to the 6-month, we're also picking back up on momentum with volatility currently contracting very close to the 50% zone. And the 6-month jewel is now curving back around and giving you a neutral signal. And very, very likely this is going to curve into a buy signal on this next open. Plus, if you notice on the 6-month, on the jewel, we've came to the edge of the bullish control zone on momentum. We've broken every single one of our lows in Amazon history on the jewel, while price has made a significantly higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence as well. And that will confirm. Well, basically, it's already been confirmed. It confirmed on this candle right here when we confirmed Amazon as local bottom on this low. And now off of that local low, you have how much of a move up? Currently, you're up about 83%, while momentum is not even out of the bearish control zone yet. Pretty wild. You would give you a target based on the HPDR of hitting the bottom 38.2%, which right now that level sits at about $276. That's really going to be your first significant level of resistance. And that is about 20-ish, 23% above your price, above price action right now. And the next level of resistance above that 276 level is significantly higher than that, sitting in the 400s. That's at $404. If you see where it is from 276, that's another like 44, 45% up, which is not very unreasonable given a 6-month hidden bullish divergence. Monthly is also freshly about to flip back to the upside on momentum with volatility very close to getting back into an expansion phase. And look at the jewel. The jewel is now approaching the edge of the bullish control zone, which very likely it will flip around. And if you notice, we broke these lows on the jewel, giving us hidden bullish divergence. That will give us a target of hitting the top 38.2%, right around that $276 level. Very, very, very interesting. 2-week is also getting over the median target. Our first target is going to be right around that 38.2%, with the momentum shifting back up, getting very close to the bullish control zone, and volatility picking back up very close to expansion from extreme lows. That volatility reading tells me we're probably going to go a lot higher than that 38.2%, probably to somewhere around that 61.8%, like we topped out over here. And right now, that 61.8% level sits at about $244, $245. The jewel is now freshly giving us a buy signal, and not quite hidden bullish divergence. I think we have a lower low. This is 166. This is one. Interesting. We have a higher low, so we do have hidden bullish divergence on the 2-week. Interesting. Cool. That more so supports the idea of $245. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside with the rejection of the top 38.2%. And volatility is now contracting, telling you whatever pullback we get is going to be a higher low. And weekly is now breaking all of these lows on momentum, giving you a possible hidden bullish divergence. But the rejection of that 38.2%, you're likely to come back down somewhere around this 5 EMA and this median, right around that $214, $210 zone. Very likely that it's going to give you your hidden bullish divergence, and then you're going to get a spring off of that median into that $245 zone. So go back to the weekly a little bit. We do have bearish divergence right now on the weekly between these two highs, and it is likely going to be that one of those drives of bearish divergence that leads into the hidden bullish divergence with momentum breaking these lows. 5 days also flipping to the downside and putting in that possible hidden bullish divergence. 5-day gives you basically the same target of around that $210 zone on a pullback. 5-day volatility is almost fully contracted now at 2.66%. 2 days also starting to flip to the downside with volatility sitting at almost 0% at 0.5%. The bias is slightly towards the bullish side right now, with the jewel losing the sell signal and flipping on the neutral signal right now. And we are still slightly above that median. Not really anything of basically a negligent amount above it, because it's at 220.92 and we're sitting at 220.92. If you close below that area, that's when you get your pullback to that 211, 210 area, right along that bottom 38.2%. That's what probably is going to happen. Daily is also right around the top of the edge of the bullish control zone. It is currently rejecting, and volatility is currently still expanding while the jewel is giving us a fresh buy signal. If we do continue that pullback from here, we would have a target right around that bottom 38.2%, right now, it's a little bit below that 210 area. The first area of support to lose to even get that is going to be closing a daily below about 220. If that happens, then you get that 210 move. 4 hours also starting to freshly shift to the downside on momentum and volatility. So I think it's likely going to be a higher low. And 4 hour will give you a target right around also that 210 area. Let's shift to RSI. Oops. Quarterly still has hidden bullish divergence on the RSI on Amazon. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over about $184.40. Your easy target from here is going to be the bullish control zone, which right now is at about $248. Oh, very cool. Another piece of confluence for that 240s area. And your next level above that is the critical zone, which is going to be a little high right now. It's sitting at about 553. This level is going to update in 4 hours. Monthly is also putting in hidden bullish divergence, and that will confirm what was this close? 190 high is 198, and the close is 205. So it confirmed on the last close. And your target from here is going to be the simple moving average, which right now is sitting at about 279. Next level is the critical zone, which is at about 379. 2-week also has hidden bullish divergence. Let's see how many drives. Currently, one drive or two drives actually. And it's putting in a possible a third drive of hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm with any close over to 1840. And then you will have three drives, and that will give you a target of the bullish control zone, which right now is at about 259, pretty close to that 240s area. And it's going to be taking out these previous lower highs, which also has implications in itself, giving you target. What do you call it? Higher targets from there. Let's see if we can get any target based off of this. Somewhere around $292. Very close to that 279 target on the RSI. Your critical zone is at about 393. A little bit less likely to do critical zone without a pullback because volatility is a little high. Weekly currently has three drives of bearish divergence, although it will very likely invalidate as long as you get one more close over about $218.40. And on that invalidation, you likely test the critical zone, which is right now about 320. Daily currently has hidden bullish divergence, very cool, making it a lot more likely that previous bearish divergence is going to invalidate. And the daily divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing over about $207.31. And your next move on the divergence is going to be the simple moving average, which right now is at 226, only $6 up. And then the critical zone is pretty likely considering volatility is expanding from like 3% from extreme lows. And the critical zone right now is sitting at about 258. Very nice. 4 hour also has hidden bullish divergence with volatility expanding from 3 periods of 0%. And your next move is going to be the critical zone, which right now is sitting at about 240. Another piece of confluence for 240. And right now your support, you are at support at that 220 level. You start to lose 220, then you're going to move towards about 210. Let's shift to momentum. On the quarterly, we are getting volatility expanding from the lowest level ever, I believe. Let me zoom in a little bit just to make sure. Yep, the lowest level ever. And momentum is currently pointed to the upside as long as you're closing over about $216. 6 month is freshly flipped to the upside with volatility expanding from the lowest level ever. And we are getting volatility expansion while momentum is freshly flipping to the upside, maintaining the bullish control zone, putting in hidden bullish divergence, and we're going to be flipped up above $141.50. So we have volatility expansion on the 6 month from the lowest level ever with momentum freshly flipping up and putting in hidden bullish divergence. It's a recipe for some busting action with momentum flipping, with volatility expanding just now after price has already moved up about 184%. Pretty cool. Quarterly. Quarterly is what we've already done the quarterly. I wonder what makes it look so bullish after prices already moved up this much. What is Jeff Bezos about to announce, like share buybacks or something? Dividends? Who knows? Monthly.
I think, and this is something that we haven't seen, right? Because all of the rest of the stock market's really not moving. You're seeing how the Mag 7, the top stocks, are continuing to explode towards the upside, including Amazon and all of those guys.
Yeah, and they're forcing the indexes up.
Well, they are taking the indexes up, but what I'm saying is they're absorbing all of the value from all of the market. So what I'm getting at is you're going to see these companies continue to post insane bullish numbers because they can fire more people and they're the most productive ones compared to everyone else right now because they have billions of dollars to create their own AI agents and all that shit. So they're only going to make more money over time.
It was just like that right before the Great Depression, where certain few companies were becoming insanely profitable and everyone else was dying. And then those certain few companies had some issues, and then that's where the entire economy collapsed.
Yeah, I just don't see what kind of issues these guys are going to have now. But hopefully I'm wrong. I just don't think so. I don't think so.
There is that 18.4-year economic cycle theory coming at the end in 2026.
2026, dude. That's it. Yeah.
Last time was 2008. That cycle came up, and 2008 was not fun.
Not at all. That shit was terrible. But you know what? It's been terrible already for years. It's just people are they keep being told that everything is great, so people don't understand.
Luckily, I was so young in 2008 that I didn't really notice anything. At that time, my dad used to work at Domino's Pizza, so he probably had it rough. I just didn't notice.
I don't know. I think Domino's Pizza did better than every other restaurant, for example. Like back then, you just had a normal recession. This time around is very different because everything kind of looks good on paper, kind of. Well, everyone is expanding their credit by getting more and more loans. And at the same time, as people are getting into more loans, everything is more expensive. So people are under the illusion that because pricing is higher, that everything is great, but it's not. It's fucked. So that's going to be great.
And the one story that I hear from that is how he was hired for being a manager, but his boss made him clean the toilets, and he sat in the toilets and cried after he got to clean them. Kept his job, but had to do some degrading work.
Well, yep. This time around, it's not going to be like that. And by the way, it took a while to get those jobs back and whatnot. This time around, you're not getting the jobs back.
Well, you got AI.
Yep.
But AI will never replace me because if AI could, then everyone would be a trillionaire.
AI does, and I think markets are ran by it because they move in a very specific. Like to me, this is not normal pricing. Definitely, it's just we don't have access to those tools.
No, that's true. But then again,
like
the people who have them, why are they not like?
They are like the people. No. The people that have them are. Let us be clear.
So it's like not public wealth.
Yeah, of course, dude. You're talking about like the people, whoever the fuck it is that owns and tells BlackRock what to do, and all those funds that have a lot of money, whoever that is, that you don't know their names, probably.
I see. So probably people who shit Elon Musk's net worth.
Well, they're the ones giving him incentives to do what he's doing. So yeah, it's just an odd little thing.
See, this is quite the fuck you to both sides candle on the 6 month.
Yeah.
So first it took out the longs by dropping about 26-28%, and then it took out all the shorts by bouncing about 37%. So at the end of the day, the bulls made more money than the bears, because bears got a 26% move down. Bulls got like a 37% move up. And there's that one funny saying, which only stays true in a bull market. In a bear market, this is absolutely not true. That bears sound smart, bulls make money, but it's the opposite it's actually not even the opposite in a bear market. Bulls just sound retarded in a bear market. So on the 6 month, we're getting volatility. Well, on the high time frames, Amazon is pretty extremely bullish, with volatility just now starting to expand on the 6 month, with momentum freshly flipping up, giving you hidden bullish divergence. This is the lowest volatility we've ever had, with momentum flipping to the with volatility flipping back into expansion phase. We've already gone up almost 200%, and now volatility is freshly getting into an expansion phase. Doesn't mean we can't get any pullback, but this is a 6 month chart, and it's very large. You can even get 6 months of pullback with one red candle before you get your busting action. Absolutely not out of the question. On basically every single one of your time frames, all except your lower time frames, momentum is currently flipped to the upside, giving you hidden bullish divergences across the board. On the low time frames, you are getting volatility expansion with momentum flip down. Does give you, once you get a 4-hour close below 220, makes it very likely you're going to test somewhere around the low 200s, around $208, maybe 210. Based on the high time frame being bullish and giving you your bullish divergences, very likely that area does hold, and also based on the psychological level of $200, very probably likely does hold, and your next target from there, based on your divergences, is around that 250s to 250, 240s to 250 area. High probability of some type of consolidation and pullback there. Then your next level is somewhere around $280, and then above that is your psychological $300 level, and then about $380. Your invalidation for this is getting either a tick below about $161 or getting a weekly close below about $197. Either one of those things happen, then it's likely going to get a nice pullback, and you're probably not going to see all-time highs for quite a while. I don't think that's going to happen. I think you're probably going to get that move into the low 200, probably get a buyback there, and then probably into somewhere around the 240s to 250s, and then about 300.
Makes sense, senor. Thank you so much. Let me see what's next. We got Rivian and Uklo.
I'll do Uklo.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Solana play is I think it's gonna play out nicely. It's funny, no? How you can tell that this is coming, and then the news comes out. They're staking in a Solana ETF. Right.
I guess now we have our definitive answer that staking is not security.
Illegal. Yeah. Well, they're just doing whatever. I feel, in a way, it kind of feels like they just let people go wild and just rob each other as much as possible. Like,
the most hilarious thing ever is if now they sue some crypto company for staking.
Yeah. Well, no, now they can't. You literally can do whatever you want. It's wild. It's really wild. But I'll take it. I'd rather have less rules than more. And because I'm not one of the idiots that falls for, hey, send me $20,000 and I'll send you back 40. I should be good, but let's see.
Yeah, if you're one of those retards, you kind of deserve to lose the money.
I know it's unfortunate, but it's also true. It's unfortunate, but it's true. Okay.
But then you'll have some retard like Elizabeth Warren going, "No, you can't have this because people like that losing money."
Oh my God. Pocahontas. Thank you, sir. Amazon. So yeah, we're doing Rivian and Uklo after. Amazon está jugando lo que habíamos dicho acá, básicamente, y ahorita obviamente les voy a dar Tesla, discúlpenme, tuve que correr rapidísimo al baño. Bien, hemos visto en Amazon, estamos viendo básicamente este delicioso más alto en esta pequeña mini tendencia, todavía no llegamos a altos históricos que están acá en los 242, pero vale la pena notar, tenemos en la diaria un cruce plateado, tenemos volatilidad expandiendo en esta subida, etcétera, lo que pone a Amazon en una excelente postura. Algo que estaba comentándole a Farhan y a Alex ahorita en todas las estupideces que estaba hablando, yo, no ellos, es Amazon, Nvidia, Tesla, Google, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, tal vez no Apple. Apple está teniendo uno que otro problema que después podremos discutir aparte, pero estas empresas gigantescas están cargando todos los mercados. Estas empresas gigantescas están cargando todos los índices a la alza, mientras que las empresas chicas y medianas están perdiendo, aunque no todas. Obviamente hay una que otra que está ganando, una que otra que está perdiendo, pero el máximo promedio, si hubieras apostado en el S&P 493, estarías básicamente como 2% arriba, ahora casi nada. ¿Por qué estoy diciendo esto? Porque estas empresas van a continuar haciendo más dinero. Todas, las que tengan la capacidad de tener muchísimos usuarios tal cual, las que ya tengan inteligencia artificial que esté sustituyendo productividad humana por robótica y que estén absorbiendo muchos otros rubros, estas empresas van a hacer una cantidad de dinero loquísima a futuro. Y ahorita analizando las tablas todavía tienen más cara que quieren subir más, así que atentos. Voy a empezar con Amazon en la de 6 meses. ¿Por qué? Porque tenemos el cierre de esta vela en 4 horas y 5 minutos. Vean esto. Esto es lo contrario a una vela topera. Esto es una vela súper, súper alcista. Y Amazon vino y se la aplicó a todo el mundo con esta vela de 6 meses. Quien haya comprado el promedio del 9 justamente acá en los 160 se llevó una extraordinaria lana. Estamos hablando hasta ahorita 36%, a tope casi 50%, nada mal, bastante rápido en 6 mesecitos, aunque estoy seguro que casi es de los últimos 3 meses, pero ahora lo vemos. Además, Amazon está yendo al punto más bajo de toda la historia en volatilidad en la tabla de 6 meses y aquí esto nos va a dar un movimiento agresivo para la alza o a la baja. Veamos para dónde, pero por ahora la tabla en Amazon, ustedes todos lo pueden ver, altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos. O sea, casi ni se para. Amazon simplemente continúa en esa trayectoria a la alza. Y me atrevería a hacer algo así, ¿eh? A muchos van a decir que qué pendejo soy, etcétera. Pero sí me atrevería. Vean la agresividad de esta línea en tendencia. O sea, la fuerza que tiene Amazon, espectacular. Voy a poner el HPDR a ver si nos enseña algo en la de 6 meses, aunque no esperaría mucho. Vamos a ver. Uf, tíos, esta caída nos llevó al 88.3% casi y ahora estamos subiendo. La parte baja de la zona azul está en los 276. ¡Wow! Esto tiene pinta buena. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es romper estos 241 y 276 sería nuestro siguiente objetivo de poder romper. Porque ¿qué pasó la última vez que entramos en la zona azul? Vamos a ver. No seas mamón, tío. La última vez que entramos en la zona azul fue en el 2003, en la de 6 meses. Y desde entonces se colgó en la parte alta. Aquí cayó, pero cerró arriba. Adentro. Está como cerró. Adentro. Podríamos contar esta. Esta cerró, está un poco abajo, pero una vez que cerró en la zona azul, fuimos a la media. Caímos tantito, pero cerramos en la zona azul. En la parte alta, la parte alta de la zona azul en Amazon ahorita. O sea, es mamón, tío. ¿Qué pasó con mi HPDR? Ahí está, ya. ¿Qué? Ok. La parte media 400 y la parte alta 485. Obviamente esto va a tomar años. Estás hablando de una tabla de 6 meses, para que lo sepan. Pero Amazon en $500 no suena nada loco viendo esta tabla tal cual. Vámonos a la trimestral, sobre todo viendo ese cero de volatilidad del más pesado que ha tenido en toda su historia esta tabla. Vamos a la trimestral, analicemos la trimestral igual. Súper alcista todo, lo pueden ver acá. Tenemos esta vela toperona, no es topera en realidad, pero esta vela que parece más o menos toperona en los 241. Desde el 2023 hemos estado subiendo simplemente como locos. Ahora, esto sería una consolidación de las buenas si hubiera sido aquí abajo, pero ya estando aquí arriba ni siquiera hiciste eso. Si fuera a haber un movimiento medido y digamos que esto fue eso, ¿no? El patrón de los Estados Unidos tan hermoso que siempre hablamos de, ¿a dónde tendría que ir el precio de Amazon? Vamos a ver. A los $300. Uf, fuerza. Fuerza. Además de que tienes expansión en volatilidad en la trimestral y esta volatilidad te está llevando hasta acá arriba y continúa y continúa y continúa. Alcista, momentum apuntando para arriba también. Y nuestro HPDR está retomando la media. Vamos a cerrar en 4 horas y 1 minuto y eso quiere decir que nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser los 250. De ahí, la más alta probabilidad es estos 61.8% en 274. ¡Qué locura! Bien por Jeff Bezos. Sé que le hace falta más. Es que ya se va a casar. Se casó. Entonces necesita más dinero. También volatilidad en la mensual está cayendo por debajo del 15%, que es donde está nuestra línea meme acá. Esto nos dice que está preparando un setup de aquellos buenos otra vez. Estamos por adentro de la zona azul y eso nos da un objetivo en la media, $238. Y eso ya nos pone muy cerca de altos históricos de poder romperlos. Vamos a la parte alta de la zona azul una vez más, 237, 288 y el 61.8% en los $300. $300, $300. 2 semanas, 8 de la mañana, Trump, Putin, Trump, apoyándonos justamente en la media. Siguiente objetivo debería ser por acá en 3 días y, en 3 sesiones más y 2 horas. Estamos hablando de los 230 y de ahí 244. Lo único que queremos es simplemente no perder los 208 o en especial los $200, que es donde está nuestro promedio, el 9 en la de 2 semanas. Semanal, yendo a la parte alta de la zona azul, venimos de ahí. En realidad parece que nos está tirando un rechazo, que es lo que nos hace pensar por ahora que probablemente estemos ante una corrección rápida. Esta corrección puede encontrar su fondillo entre los 210 a los $200. Es lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Diaria tienes expansión de volatilidad ante este subidongo y ahora la volatilidad está yéndose de lado, lo que nos hace pensar que estamos ante una corrección. Exactamente, nuestra media sería el primer objetivo, la parte baja de la zona azul, segundo si es que se llega a dar, y el último, acá justamente nuestro EMA y SMA 200 y el 100, que están arriba de los 200, para dejárselas sencillas, sin problema alguna, para que puedan ver esto sin todas estas cosas. Ahí les va. Amazon continúa creando desde aquí abajo mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos. Y creemos que lo que toca después de hacer este alto es un mínimo más alto para después dar otro alto, otro mínimo más alto, otro alto, porque Amazon no se mueve como torpedo, aunque puede haber cosas que lo haga. Pero esto es lo que nosotros diríamos que estamos mal si perdemos los $200 en cualquier cierre diario. Y de ahí, si nos llevamos los 198 perdón, tío. Si nos llevamos los 188 en un Wikazo también, ahí diríamos que esto tal vez tiene más downside antes que upside, pero parece ser que simplemente venimos ante una pequeña corrección y de ahí nos vamos para arriba. Lo tienen Amazon. Y ahora les voy a poner Tesla en putiza, que me la salté, discúlpenme. Tesla. Tesla es bastante fácil, honestamente. Ahí les va. ¿Qué es esto? La diaria. Ok. En la diaria estamos perdiendo esta tendencia alcista, lo pueden ver, y estamos entrando en esta caída de por acá. Estamos literalmente haciendo el bearish retest en este momento en la diaria. ¿Qué es lo que esperaríamos en Tesla? En Tesla esperaríamos muy probablemente oportunidades de entrada hasta esta zona más o menos. ¿Dónde estaba esto? Un segundo. Semanal. Deme un segundo. Aquí, lo voy a poner en la semanal. Te está diciendo caída, cayó. Te está diciendo caída y esto podría ser un jueguito. Lo que nosotros esperamos es que Tesla haga esto a la zona de los 300 y rebote al alza. Podría detenerse en los 312 y podría también detenerse en los 307 o hasta los 300, un poquito abajo no nos sorprendería. ¿Dónde estamos mal? Si te llevas los 270 para abajo. De acá vas a pintar otro bajo. Por ahora, simplemente estando acá, estás en un rango. Lo pueden ver, ¿no? Y ese rango continúa jugando y creemos que el siguiente movimiento va a ser exactamente esto. Una movida a los 300 y para arriba. Alrighty, sir, we're ready for whatever is next.
What is next?
We're doing Oklo and we're doing Rivian. So you're doing Rivian.
All right, cool. Let's check out Rivian.
Rivian.
Rivian action.
Bonjour, ma petite camembert. Ça vous vient de matin.
I am a faggot.
What?
Come again?
It's a French phrase. I am a faggot.
Oh, wow. Very French of you. You know the
I eat baguettes. I am a faggot.
Yeah, so Rivian's looking it's looking precarious. You have that 1369 about to get lost within this weekly close. You lost it last week. You rallied up to the weekly 9. This weekly point of view is very easy to understand. You get a weekly EMA 9 reclaim, you're going to start moving up to that 1525. Until then, this is going to be resistance. And something to note on Rivian, at least on the weekly point of view, is once you start losing that 21, that's when Rivian starts to break down. You lose the 21, starts to break down. And let's see what else. Right here, lose the 21, break down. This was a failed setup. You lost it and it got reclaimed. But even so, you still went down into that week. It just got bought up. Let's keep looking. You lost the 21, break down. Lastly, here you lose the 21, you rejected it, and then you broke down. So what can we gather from Rivian? Well, am I a perma bear on Rivian quite yet? No. You very well could get a rejection of the 9, move down to the 34 or 21, and then bounce. The 21 has already offered you solid support the last 3 weeks. So instead, rather, I'll just be waiting. I want to see that if I'm on the camp that Rivian's going to reject and move down to this region around $12 to $12.30, you're going to need to see that weekly 21 get lost within this week. The weekly EMA 21 gets lost. As I've shown, it's generally just been straight to business for bears. You just go down. So that then at least can make it a very easy gauge on when we know we can short this. And understanding that this weekly view is looking bearish to me. It's looking somewhat heavy, but you just want to gauge the weekly 21 and not front run that. Front running this idea just doesn't work. Well, this was a nice buyback before expanding up. And even so, here you see the 21 was holding. Here, let me see. I don't know what that is. So yeah, that's the weekly view. Very straightforward. You see here, you've even lost the median this week. The median shifted up to $14.39. Next actually objective is around that $12.60. That can give you confluence of the idea that, yeah, once this 21 is lost, you're going to start breaking down. So that is the weekly view. Let's check the monthly. Monthly held the 9, which is nice, but you might actually lose support today. Support for me is $12.71 to $12.69. It's going to be very crucial to see a monthly close hold that. Then we can say, okay, it broke out, retested it. Into July, we could start moving up towards that 21, i.e. the $16 region, which is going to be pretty important because at that point, you're essentially towards the end of this meme channel, this range, this wedge. So today it's going to be important. Let's see if 1371 holds, or even easier, the daily EMA 9. It's just going to be a good point of reference to know. If that doesn't hold, the monthly has just lost support. Yes, you've been chopping on the daily, but you could start getting follow through. Where will you know you'll start breaking down? Well, it's simple. If you just lose this EMA 100, it's going to give you the next objective to the SMA 200. The EMA 100 at 1340, that actually sits really nicely around that EMA 21, right at 1340. So you have 2 different time frames on 2 different moving averages that are very important on Rivian that can easily give you a trade. It's either the weekly, and you can dissect that with the daily, losing the EMA 100. If that occurs, this has implications for a bad weekly close. Nothing there. No silver crosses. 4 hour has a silver cross for whatever it's worth. See, we crossed here. Chop ensued. The 4 hour is now starting to look heavy. You've lost the EMA 100. This was support. It's now flipped into resistance. This next 4 hour or this candle, this current candle really can start turning red. That's kind of the objective for Rivian. Bears taking us below this wick low at 1340. You start breaking down below 1340. It'll be a good sign that, yeah, this is going to start coming down pretty hard. That's also uncoincidentally right around the daily EMA 100, right around that weekly EMA 21. So it's a big spot. But in summary, Rivian's looking quite weak to me. We see we are approaching somewhat of like a little channel here, which is telling me that, you know, you're going to start seeing this breakdown soonish. Volatility on the daily is already reset with a zero. We already have a zero session. So a move is coming on Rivian. Per the HBDR review, it is bearish if you start losing that daily EMA 9, 1370, and the median. The median's right now at $13.59, and we did get a bounce off of that. So in theory, that 4 hour shouldn't turn red. We should start getting bought up, as shown here, getting back above 1370. It's really not until you start losing or making this 4 hour red, rejecting off the EMA 100, where the daily has very big implications to lose the median, which then would give you that next target down to that SMA 200. So watch very carefully on Rivian. This is looking quite heavy to me, but there is still support, and I will always say that if I see it, and that is right around that EMA 21, daily EMA 100, or even the 4 hour lows here. It's just going to be very crucial to hold. And that's all I really have on Rivian. I think the 2 month kind of ties up this resistance nicely. You've reclaimed it, you've lost it, and then since this loss, you've just been solidly rejecting it, solidifying resistance. Let me get this off. If let's say that 4 hour starts selling off, let's say the daily starts losing the median, into today, this could have the potential to turn into an evening star. Unconfirmed yet. It just needs to come down a little bit more. That'd be pretty damning though on the bi-monthly, especially on a move like this, forming a top candle on the bi-monthly. Something like this. That's the only other time you've had an evening star. And then you had definitely the follow through after. You actually didn't even have any upside continuation on that open. You just simply went up, down. 53%, and then it bounced about 15%, leading to another 30% dump here. 55% dump. Where is my math? Let me just double check that bounce then. So it bounced 30% and then ended up dumping 55% after this bi-monthly evening star. We go, nothing, nothing. This could be one as well. It doesn't need to be red. 30% move down. Damn. But remember, they all, I mean, yeah, no, that actually played out. So then that's why this one's going to be quite interesting. You need this body to fill out a little bit more. Preferably going under that 1338, which would be right around that daily EMA 100. That would start looking good. For bears, of course. It's like, I can't even fill it out. So yeah, watch that. It's closing today, so you'll be able to gauge that along with support. So that's all I have on Rivian's looking heavy. Watch the weekly 21, the daily EMA 100. That'll be the easy short. It's interesting because I did forget the monthlies closing on crypto. Often there is always fuckery on these on days like today, we'll just say. Yeah. So yeah, I just realized honestly the monthly is closing today. How fun.
Oh yeah. No, dude, the 6 month, the 3 month, the
No,
2
it's all
month,
closing.
the
Yeah.
monthly. Yeah.
There's ever a day to have
Quad witching day today as well. I believe.
Yes.
Oh, no, I think that's Friday.
Oh, is it?
Those options expirations are on Fridays.
Yes, they are. And also you have the rebalancing of the portfolios from all hedge funds today. So today there could be a lot of volatility, by the way. So you boys should be aware of that.
I like volatility. It's my droga of choice.
It is. It is pretty nice. I'm not going to lie to you. It is pretty nice. I just want to show something to people real quick because I mean, even on X, I'm getting tagged on this Farhan that you just sent me.
Whether they can see through shit.
Which I find it so funny because I'll tell you. I'll tell you in a second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Where are we at? Alrighty, here we are. Okay. Just real quick. First off, this is real. You guys can look up Xfinity, their website. Go to Xfinity and then Wi-Fi motion. Look it up. It's on your phone. And this is a guy is saying, I apologize to all my schizophrenics. I owe you an apology. I wasn't really familiar with your game. 2019, they showed me how they recovered the politician, the son of a politician who was kidnapped in Mexico. And they were using only Wi-Fi from all of the phones in public areas at that time. Now we have complete satellites of Starlink on it. And I've said this for a long time, and I even told you boys. So to me I find it fucking amazing that I tell you all these fucking things, and you guys probably look at me like this guy is absolutely fucking insane. And then you find it on Twitter, and you're like, oh my God.
If you say
oh my God, hang on a second. This is real. This guy on X just posted it. And by the way, this happens to me with everything and everyone. It's the same fucking thing all the time. With shit that I've seen, like, look, I have my own conspiracy theories and all this shit, but shit that I've seen is crazy. You know what I mean? Like to say like, well, we'll see. This is exactly what I've been saying about Elon Palantir. Starlink combined with Palantir is how they can spy and see everything around the world 24/7, dude. 24/7.
And you were also exactly right when you said that the fight with Elon and Trump was all bullshit.
Well, it's all yeah, and like I said, you're gonna break your brain when you find out how reality is fabricated, which is crazy. But so I won't take you through that right now. Yeah.
So you've earned yourself the benefit of the doubt. So I'll take you seriously when you say
I take you seriously. I mean, you're wise with age, so I definitely take you seriously though.
That is the only thing I got going on for myself, the old age.
Very relevant when you were the only one talking about disinflation being bearish for Bitcoin. I'm like, well, that doesn't make
Mexican
sense.
peso.
Everyone else is saying the opposite, and it was absolutely unequivocally true. So
and then Ray Dalio warning us that the rates were going to go higher. How'd that go? Hang on, let me see. Let me just make sure that Ray Dalio is not giving us a warning right now. 1 second.
Ray Dalio can kiss my colita.
Coming down, and they will come down exactly. But either way. It's not so much about prices, but like stuff like crazy shit that I've seen. Like I said, the Wi-Fi thing, the guy, like I can't say actually because I'm gonna get fucking murdered. And Farhan, you're asking me, can I be a part of the Matrix? They've offered me in a way that type of shit, and I'm gonna tell you how it comes. So, and I'm sure you've gotten the same things, but we just don't realize. When I went to see this guy that showed me, I'm just gonna get back to this. When I went to see this guy that showed me how they recovered the son of a politician with this system, and they showed me the system, and I looked at it, that same guy in that same meeting turned around at the end and goes, hey, this is straight up, okay? He goes, listen, we're trying to sell weapons to Saudi Arabia, Israeli weapons, but Saudi and Israel cannot do this directly. We need a middleman. Would you be willing to sign?
Just like that. Fuckload of money off that.
Yes, but my boy Johannes got murdered for doing exactly that. So am I in Beverly Hills? They came in and shut his house because the U.S. government stole $800 million from, let's just say, a country that ends in Asia, right? Or Asia. Let's just call it that. So the U.S. they bought $800 million worth of weapons from the U.S. government through my friend Johannes, who's now dead, so I can say his name. And the U.S. government didn't deliver the weapons. When they didn't deliver the weapons, the other government went after Johannes and was like, "What the fuck are you doing? You need to give us the weapons." Johannes goes, "The U.S. government is not giving us the weapons. I'm going to get the money back." So he went to ask for the money back, and the U.S. said, "Fuck you, we're not giving it to you." But Johannes filmed and taped all of it. So he sent it back to his government so they knew that he was not the one stealing it. And the United States sent a SWAT team to his house in the Palisades, Pacific Palisades, before it burned down in his mansion, and shut him up, saying that he had his wife at gunpoint. And I know his wife. She was like, "No, they just came in and like straight up shot him."
Why did he stay in America after that? He should have just went to Qatar or something.
Because you have so much money and you feel like you can do whatever and that there's no one above you, but there's many above you. So that's what I'm getting at from that is the opportunity to join. It's always around, my friend. It's just, are you going to do it?
Yeah,
I'm not.
If I was working anything like that, I'd be operating from Qatar or Dubai.
Yeah, but it can still kill you the same way there, and they just make it sound like something else happened. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And by the way, if they can bend people's mind into believing any reality that they make up, right? Like there's going to be new inflation coming, even though people are poor. All businesses know that no one's buying their stuff, and they still brainwash them into go buying more stuff. Isn't that insane?
And then the Fed says, "Oh, we think inflation's coming back," and they're like, "You see, the same guys who told us there wouldn't be inflation in the first place in 2020 are saying that inflation's coming back."
Yes, it drives me fucking absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy.
They were wrong. They were wrong then, but they're telling you the truth now.
You can't make this up, dude. It's pretty funny. I'm actually inspired to make. Just long story short, just to finish this, I've been digging into a lot of different things because let's just say reality is funny. And I finally have like a good overall thesis on everything that's going on, I think. And, I'm doing my videos in Spanish, and this is what I talk about, which is what you miss out on the crazy, stupid shit that no one wants to hear. But I'm at the point now where I want to fucking have people in the United States also know I'm completely demented and crazy. So I want to share this in English too. So we'll get into this so that you boys can understand how crazy the person that you're talking to is. Let's get started. All right, we got you're doing Oklo next. Farhan just did Alex just did Rivian. Farhan is doing Oklo, and then we need XRPP and BRKB, which is Berkshire Hathaway B.
Oh, I kind of want to do Berkshire. Sorry.
Okay, so no Mr. Garlic Bread. It'll be Alex.
I'll be him today.
Perfecto.
Is it Berkshire the expensive one or the cheaper one?
The B. I don't know which one that is.
That's the cheaper one. That's a cheaper
All Academy shorts have filled, and we have added to them fully.
So nice. Very nice. Let me look at that. Salami's fucking dude. Don't you love it when the chart just looks like this and it's perfection?
Yeah, I literally had to go to what was it? Once I went to the weekly, I was like, oh yeah, Soul's gonna reject here. It was just easy. Written
beauty.
Start. Yeah, I'm like, oh, let's just re-roll that one immediately.
Fucking beautiful. Let's take that. Let's get that money. Thank you.
Yes.
Rivian, damas y caballeros. Vamos a abrir con la de 6 meses a ver cómo se ve eso en Rivian. Vela topera, caída. ¿Y ahora dónde estamos? ¡Wow! Un doji. Un doji en la de 6 meses. Impresionante. No tenemos ningún promedio. Debemos de tener promedio del 9 aquí arriba en una rayita, ¿no? No, pues no ha habido 9 sesiones. ¿Cuánto es? 1, 2. Perdón, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No ha habido 9 sesiones. Lo único que debe de poblar es el promedio del 5. Y no lo tengo acá. Déjenme literalmente copio y pego el promedio del 9. Y ahora voy a hacerle un promedio del 5, ¿eh? A que no se la sabían, güey. Todo el mundo se la sabe. Bueno. No sé por qué se me borró, pero ahí está. Ok. Promedio del 5, rechazo, rechazo, rechazo. El promedio del 5 está en los 16.9 en la de 6 meses. Ok. Es todo lo que quería ver, básicamente. Aunque voy a dejar el promedio del 5 para la trimestral. Estamos rechazando el promedio del 9, pero dos cierres en 3 horas y 35 minutos con cerrar por encima de los 12.80. Vamos a estar por encima y sería nuestro segundo cierre trimestral por encima del promedio del 5. ¡Wow! Eso es bastante bueno. Lo habíamos hecho antes. Habíamos tenido 1, 2 y el tercero nos falló. Aquí va a ser crítico esto. El tercer cierre lo queremos ver por encima de esto si somos alcistas en Rivian, porque eso nos va a dar la diferencia de algo que no hemos visto todavía. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual, bien. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9. Lo hemos visto ese cuento antes. 1, 2, caída. 1, 2, caída. 1, ok. 1, 2, 3. Esta es la primera vez que vamos a hacer 3 cierres. No, lo hemos hecho antes. Bien, promedio del 5, el 9, y aparte están bien posicionados, está uno encima del otro. Vamos a ver si podemos aguantar. Nuestro promedio del 5 está en los 13.22, promedio del 9 en los 12.70. 2 semanas. Espérame, no vi volatilidad en la mensual. Continuamos cayendo, pero está a cualquier punto de voltearse, ¿eh? Tenemos la volatilidad por debajo del promedio todavía, pero al punto más bajo en la tabla. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas. 8 de la mañana tenemos un setup de volatilidad en Rivian, el setup más potente de toda la historia. Aquí lo tienes. Estás cayendo por debajo del 15%. Ya ves a la volatilidad entrando por acá en el setup más potente de toda la historia en la tabla de 2 semanas en Rivian. Se viene un movimiento asquerosamente brutal y personalmente voy a decir que esta vela es la que más me toca el corazón. Hasta ahora, ¿no? Porque si perdemos acá los 13.15, 13.20, ahí se cambiaría mi opinión por completo. Pero por ahora tiene cara de que esto va a jugar a la alza. Vamos a ver en HPDR. Uy, interesante. Estamos cayendo en la zona azul, faltan 3 días y 1 hora, faltan 3 sesiones más aparte de 1 hora en esta para ver si podemos aguantar por encima de los 13.83. 13.83. Si no podemos cerrar por encima de 13.83, vamos a tener la probabilidad más alta de venir a retestear la media en los 11.16. Esto es la de 2 semanas, acuérdense, y tenemos la probabilidad de un movimiento bastante brusco en volatilidad acá, así que vamos a estar pendientes. Esto cambia un poco lo que estaba viendo, ¿eh? Semanal, deberíamos de poder, semanal, 8 de la mañana. Semanal, tengo aquí todos mis garabatos, déjenme se los quito para que puedan ver un poco mejor esto. Ahí está. Ok, semanal, nuestro promedio del 9 y nuestra media está aquí arriba. Ok, esto es bajista, también la postura de 2 semanas es bajista. No, sí, es bajista, le da más preferencia al movimiento alcista. De no poder cerrar esto en 3 días, igual, arriba de los 14.27, a los 14.40, vas a tener más probabilidad de ir a la parte baja en los 12.57. Si llegas al 257, 61.8% sería posible y eso nos lleva una vez más a la de 2 semanas en los 11.16. 3 días está creando un setup de volatilidad también. Déjame ver la de 5. No. ¿Qué me dices de 2? También. Algo viene. La de 3 días habíamos visto que funcionó perfecto para cachar ese movimiento a la alza. 3 días tenemos cruce plateado a la alza, bien, pero estamos por debajo del promedio del 9, nos está rechazando la media y estamos cayendo por debajo del 21, que está en los 13.61. Ahora, eso ya no, nos da más probabilidad de venir a retestear el 34, que está en los 13.36, pero ya lo hicimos, o todavía no. Ok, aquí lo importante es de ver este cierre en un día y 4 horas, donde estamos, te debería dar más preferencia a venir a visitar la zona de los 13.30 y de ahí la parte baja de la zona azul, una vez más, en los 12.33. Diaria, volatilidad nula. Está preparando un setup muy, muy pesado. Tenemos todos nuestros promedios chuecos por acá arriba. Rechazo el 9, una vela topera de perder los 13.59 el día de hoy. Vamos a tener que ir a visitar los 13.38 una vez más. Esto es lo que parece ser la zona de oportunidad más grande y aquí tienes la invalidación más chida. ¿Por qué? Porque si entras por acá en los 13.40 más o menos, en long puedes invalidarlo acá, en los 13.20. Y esa es una invalidación de ¿cuánto? De 1%. Nada mal esta jugada. Ahora te llegas a llevar los 13.26 y aquí está. O sea, vienes a los 12.81 y de 12.81 puede que vayas a ver los 11. Rivian, la vista más fácil de Rivian es en la diaria. Al Chile. 3.59, ahí les va. Tal cual donde estamos. ¿Qué es lo que queremos? Retomar nuestro promedio del 9. Eso es lo que nos gustaría cerrar el día de hoy por arriba de los 13.68. Si no podemos hacerlo, vamos a tener más probabilidad de empezar a ir a buscar los 13.39 y de no aguantar, nos vamos a llevar este bajo e iríamos a buscar nuestro SMA 200 en los 12.53. Y ahí nos tendría que aguantar, esperar que no se dé el setup de volatilidad junto con esto y nos lleve a los 11.16. ¿Dónde están los 11.16 en mi tabla? Justamente a esta zona. Y ahora, aquí en los 11.20 estarías haciendo un bajo más alto, ¿eh? Si llegas a caer aquí, continúas creando estructura alcista. Este es el bajo más bajo, los bajos de antes, en los 10.83. Rivian empieza a verse interesante. Si eres alcista definitivamente o quieres jugarle a la alza, puedes hacerlo ahora con una invalidación bastante en corto, con un 1% de pérdida, pero si te quieres montar a la segura con electropura, tienes que llevarte los 14.13 a la alza. De poder cerrar por arriba de los 14.13, tus objetivos se vuelven 15, 16 hasta los 18. Pero por ahora estás justo en medio de toda la pelea. Así que no, aparte de un trade and long aquí abajo, no hay nada más. Estás en medio del triángulo. Así que no metas las manos ahorita, carnal. Ok, I'll close next, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Let
nice.
me share my
I
screen.
was like preparing to do XRP, but I already did Rivian.
Yeah.
Scam Altman's turn. Scam Altman's like, hold on a minute, senor, it's my turn.
All good with that.
My boy. And by the way, none of these people have actually built the nuclear reactors. Can I tell you who already had built these nuclear reactors? And actually, there's a documentary about it, and no one ever paid attention to it, and no one knows what's going on with that. Bill Gates. Bill Gates, when he made that documentary where he drinks the shit water from the Indians or whoever the fuck he drinks the shit water from, or the Africans, it's a 3-part documentary, and in one of those he talks about his nuclear project and how no one in the government and President Trump was sabotaging all the nuclear industry, but now nuclear industry is hot, and he already had the reactor. So just something to point out.
Really? So it's like the reactor that makes the energy? Or
Yeah, small nuclear reactors. They're very tiny, they're not portable, but there's, you know what I mean? Like very small nuclear reactors that can power your AI.
When you said tiny, I was thinking something like Iron Man's got in his chest.
Relatively, you're talking about something that's the size of a person.
I see.
Yeah.
Let's check out the weekly on Aqua. So last couple of times we looked at it, did kind of look like there was a local top, and at the very least we would be getting somewhat of a pullback. And right now we are getting that pullback. We did reconnect with that 5 EMA, but we didn't get the type of bounce that I would like to see on a 5 EMA reconnect, which would be bullish. It usually is something like this, where you'll get a doji of indecision, or you'll get a strong buyback, and then you can get some busting action off of there. But right now, you did get a weak bounce off the previous closure of the weekly closure, and now you're getting another retest of that 5 EMA. Usually, it's not the most bullish thing, and we close in about 3 days. If you lose this 5 EMA, what's more likely to happen is you're going to get a move down to reconnect with
this meme line right up here, which is slightly right, well, basically right at our 21 EMA. The reason I don't think we're going to go to our 9 EMA and bounce there, although you likely will get a bounce at the EMA, the 9 EMA, I don't think it's going to be the bounce you're looking for, because we're still going to be at very extreme ranges in our HPDR. We're still going to be sitting somewhere around the 78.6%. And it's quite unlikely that you're going to bounce at the 78.6% after getting such an extreme move. It's a lot more likely that you're going to be moving towards somewhere around the 61.8% at a minimum after a move like that, which would then be reconnecting you with a very solid support area right around this meme line. And at that point, momentum is going to be right around somewhere on the edge of the bullish control zone. If we're going to be extremely bullish, bulls are going to be able to flip it up back up in this area right over here at the edge of the bullish control zone, hold this 21 EMA, put in hidden bullish divergence, and then send it back up towards new all-time highs. If bulls are not able to hold this 21 EMA, that's where it's going to be a little bit more worrying. Momentum is going to break out of the bullish control zone, and there's still a chance that bulls can resolve it in a bullish outcome, holding the neutral zone. But then you would be coming down to the 55 EMA, and this would be where it becomes very worrying, around $30. Because if you get any type of weekly close below about like $22.52, that's where I'm gonna call it. Like basically, it's over, and I think we're gonna be going to the 200 at about $14. Although I don't think that's gonna happen. I strongly think that somewhere around what could be the bounce after the bounce off of the 9, which fails, which is gonna take some time. That these HPDR ranges will step up, and at that point, where this meme line is going to be, it's going to be somewhere, I'm thinking somewhere around this 88.3% to maybe even maybe the 78.6%, somewhere around this area is where that meme line is going to be. And at that point, you are going to be at very extreme ranges to the downside, and it's going to be a strong probability of bouncing in that area. For the 5 day is also shifted to the downside. Volatility shifted to the downside. The jewel has lost the buy signal, same thing on the weekly. And right now, you have to assume it's going to be bearish as long as price is below about $73.55. As long as we are below that area, you have to assume we are more than likely going to go eventually towards somewhere around the $40 zone. 2 day. 2 days also pointed to the downside. 2 days putting in bearish divergence, which is confirmed, not quite confirmed, but if we close below about $55.35, that will be confirmed. That's going to give us that target for towards about $41. Right now, volatility is contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a higher low. Daily is also in the bearish control zone. However, daily is currently flipping up on momentum. Hasn't quite confirmed just yet, but it will confirm in about 3.5 hours, but volatility just about start contracting. And the daily has a pretty bearish sell signal right here, with the pink crossing below the yellow within the bullish control zone. That would, and right now we are getting quite a significant pullback, but probably take us towards somewhere around the 97.5% for this meme line. It would be even like the most conservative target around that 55. That'd still be at like 37-38% pullback. Our meme line is at about, from the all-time highs, about like a 43% move to the downside. That's quite the pullback. This thing gets crypto moves up, probably gets a crypto move down. The harder they go up, the harder they go down.
Yep. I mean, it did correct from like 60 something to like 18, right?
Oh, wow. 4 hours also pointed pretty strongly to the downside in the bearish control zone while volatility expanding. Very likely in this meme line, very likely you're going to get a bounce in this area. Just plainly from how extreme areas you're getting on the HPDR. And also notice, interesting, there's a gap visible right here on right around this beam line, which you would get a perfect gap on that a gap fill on that top of that meme line. Very cool. Let's shift to the RSI now. Close. Monthly has got hidden bullish divergence. Cool. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over about $17.42. So you can come easily down to that meme line and still be bullish. And right now, the edge of the bullish control zone is right around $40. So also goes right along with my $40-ish zone target. And from there, you very likely will go to the critical zone, which is going to update in 3 hours. Right now, it's sitting at $100, 105. 2 week, nothing. Weekly, nothing. 5 days got many drives of bearish divergence. Goes along with the idea of short-term, medium-term bearishness, which is going to be active as long as you're closing below about $64.78. Your next target is that simple moving average, which right now is about $39, slightly below my target. Let's see. 3-day, nothing. 2-day. 2 days got bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing below about 64, same number, 64.78. Your next target is the neutral zone, which right now is at about $40. Come on. Daily's got bearish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing below about 62.10. Your next target is the bearish control zone, which right now is at about $40.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
4 hours got many drives of bearish divergence as well. You're going to be active as long as you're closing below $62.08. Your next move is to the critical zone, which is going to update in 49 minutes. Right now it's at $34. Now we will check the momentum. And volatility is at extreme lows on the 4 hour, by the way. Monthly momentum is freshly flipped to the upside, maintaining the bullish control zone, and will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 62.54. Interesting. We're $10 below, $8 below that area. So very likely in 8 hours, this monthly momentum will flip down, and we've got quite the shooting star candle, giving us a minimum move of a reconnect with this 5 EMA, which is going to slightly rise. Right now, it's at $41. Ultimate confluence with my idea of reconnecting with the 40s. 2 week is also it's currently flipped to the upside. It's going to be projected on this next open to be right around the edge of the bullish control zone. If we are going to be getting monthly flipping down, very likely the pivot goes up on the 2 week at that point. And 2 week is about to go into a contraction phase on the volatility. 5 EMA right now is sitting in the 40s. And the 9 is sitting also in the 40s. Very likely with the monthly 5 EMA is likely hits the 2 week 9. Very nice area to get a nice bottoming or a nice bottom. 2 week is going to be flipped up right now as long as you're over $28, $28.34. Weekly is currently freshly flipping to the downside. The idea I'm looking for the 2 week, and volatility is now contracting, so it's likely going to be a higher low, and momentum is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below $66.05. 5 days also going to be flipping to the downside with volatility now contracting, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're below 62.06, and now you're losing the 5 EMA. Year 9 is sitting right around $50, probably going to get a bounce there. Also, a nice psychological level of $50, but very likely going to make your way towards the 21, which right now is at about $41. It's going to slowly rise. 2 days also flipped nicely to the downside with volatility contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a higher low, and you're going to be flipped down below 69.31. Your 21 sits right around 39. It's 49 for that bounce around $50, and likely towards this 55, which is going to slowly rise. Daily is also flipped to the downside with contracting volatility, and it's going to be flipped down below $60.13. My mind just went to 69. 4 hours freshly flipped to the downside. Where's the pivot? And it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 54.72. And we've got about 47 minutes to go. We're slightly above that pivot right now. Bias is that it's going to close below that area because we are freshly flipped down. And we now have fully contracted volatility sitting at extreme lows at 3.57%. That volatility expansion is what probably gives us that dump to the 40s. On the high time frames, now this is starting to shift to short-term bearish. It's still long-term bullish, but in the short term, medium term, we likely will see some consolidation / pullback. We are putting in a nice shooting star candle on the monthly, and monthly momentum is flipping to the downside. 2 week is currently flipped up, but the pivot likely does change. And what supports that idea is the monthly flipping down, the weekly is flipping down, 5 days flipping down. Basically, every single time frame is now flipping to the downside. Makes it extremely likely we're going to reconnect with that monthly 5 EMA sitting somewhere around 40, low 40s, around 41. It'll give you a range somewhere between $40 and $42 or $43. Very, very likely you're going to reconnect with that area at the minimum. If the bulls are going to remain controlled, they're going to hold it right around above there, above $39. and then grind out a bottom in that area, and then put in some hidden bullish divergence, and over the next maybe 6 months to 8 months, then get a move upwards towards somewhere around our current all-time highs in the $70-ish range, and then a move into $100, which would be our hidden bullish divergence target. The invalidation for all of this right now is getting any daily close below about $39. If that happens, then this thing is going to get a much deeper pullback, and it's going to be testing somewhere in the, I would say, probably low to mid $20 zone. And at that point, it still is possible for it to be. It still is possible for it to be bullish, but if it closes the daily below $23, then I'm gonna or $22, and I'm gonna have to say that this is gonna break down. And this was a massive, massive bull trap to the upside, and it's probably gonna be breaking these lows here at around $6 and probably gonna go to zero. But I don't think that's gonna happen. I think probably somewhere around that 39 to 40, $42 zone is gonna hold, and I think from there it's gonna eventually over time go to $100.
Yes, indeed. It motherfucking will.
Scam Altman knows how to run it up, if anything. He needs another McLaren F1.
He does. He does. And I also need this to continue to go up. Out of all these entries, when we saw the price hitting this, I got 2 out of 3, which is not bad.
Maybe that one faggot should start running nuclear reactors instead of taking pictures to get an F1. You know who I'm talking about, although I'm not going to say his name.
Of course. Fucking insane. Thank you, sir. Oclo. Tenemos Oclo por acá, damas y caballeros. Bastante potente el precio acción, lo hemos visto. Esta fue la consolidación de nadie conocía a Oclo. Esta es la consolidación de todo el mundo conoce a Oclo. La mejor parte de esto son reactores nucleares. Todavía no tienen un reactor nuclear activo, ¿ok? Además, el tío Bill Gates, que también tiene que ver con Microsoft, que también tiene que ver con OpenAI, que tiene que ver con Sam Altman, él había creado reactores nucleares minis hace bastante tiempo. Y no sé qué pasó con esos, así que voy a poner atención ahí. Por ahora, Oclo continúa su camino y esta tendencia súper alcista. Me gustaría ver, y creo que es lo que vamos a ver, un poco más de consolidación justamente por acá. ¿Y eso qué me daría? Básicamente el siguiente movimiento, ya se lo saben ustedes, de abajo para arriba en línea recta, zona de breakout. Este va a ser mi siguiente objetivo en Oclo, $91.65. Ahora, ¿te lo va a dar ahorita? No. Primero vamos a corregir y es lo que estamos haciendo y estamos en proceso E. Vamos a empezar con la mensual, damas y caballeros. Pueden ver que Oclo desde sus bajos por acá en los $6 ha estado creando mínimos más altos y también altos más altos. Y ha básicamente hecho más de un 10x en su precio en literalmente un año y medio siquiera. Ha sido una locura. Estamos muy por encima de todos nuestros promedios, 5, 9, 21, 34, todo perfecto. Y comienza a apuntar aún más para arriba. Ahora, aquí hay algo interesante. En un segundo y vemos esto en putiza. Algo ahí, 2, 3. Yo diría que sería acá. Nada ahí. Bueno, Oclo también volatilidad está en extremos y es donde vive, o sea, literalmente es lo único que hace Oclo, pintar extra volatilidad. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas podemos ver, tenemos esta vela estilo topera, ahora tenemos esta otra vela que también es estilo topera, pero no es topera, continuando empujando a la alza. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 5 en los $48 y nuestro 9 en los 37.47. Tu promedio del 9 va a ser tu mayor oportunidad de entrada si ves que Oclo llega a caer hasta ahí para después hacer otro movimiento. Hasta acá, personalmente, y les voy a enseñar por qué, esta tendencia es bastante fácil de entender. Si pones la misma línea que les acabo de enseñar acá, puedes ver que ahora aquí está Oclo, ¿no? En la de 2 semanas. No va a caer esta semana, pero la caída sería los 28, siguiente semana 30 y empezaría a subir. Es por lo que yo creo que el 21 y el 9 exactamente, van a ser tus mejores maneras de posicionarte si eres alcista en Oclo. Ahora, ya habíamos visto eso. Bien, vamos a ver ahora la semanal, donde también pueden ver volatilidad está en extremos, está contrayendo. Y ahora todos los time frames altos hasta la semanal están apuntando para arriba el momentum. Ya para abajo, están apuntando para abajo, lo que nos indica que va a haber una corrección. Esta corrección puede venir tranquilamente al promedio del 9. Ahora, esto sería una corrección bastante tranquila. ¿Por qué? Porque no te llevarías estos mínimos, simplemente vendrías, tocarías acá y vámonos para arriba, que sería un potencial escenario. Aunque el escenario que estamos nosotros pintando en la fotografía, como ya te llevaste esto, hiciste un máximo acá, tienes que hacer un mínimo más alto y este podría caer acá sin problema alguno para después hacer esto y después esto. 3 días, semana, está también contrayendo en volatilidad. Pueden ver que estamos perdiendo nuestro promedio del 5 y el 9. Esta es la primera vez que lo hacemos. ¿Desde cuándo? Desde que tuvimos esta caída. Aparentemente el promedio del 9 en Oclo es bastante importante. Así que esto nos podría estar indicando el sabor de la caída y de perder el 9. Nuestro siguiente objetivo es sencillo, 21, después 34. Y eso también se alinearía con la línea alcista que les había puesto por ahí antes de dar continuación. Ahora, te llevas esto para abajo o tienes un cierre por debajo de los 39 diario rápido, o sea, en estos días, olvídate lo que te estoy diciendo, esto va a caer más. Estamos por encima del 21, perdiendo el promedio del 9, siendo rechazados por el 5. Siguiente objetivo sería el 34 y luego el promedio del 100 en los $40 en este momento. Así que Oclo está bastante sencilla de poder entender. Yo creo que la mejor vista es la de 3 días para todos ustedes. 3 días, si recuperas el 9, bien, pero si no, aquí es donde te va a dar muy probablemente tu siguiente entrada. Ha respetado súper bien las líneas, lo puedes ver acá. Y esto muy probablemente venga acá para después despegar una vez más e irse a esos 90 y tantos dólares. Por ahora, lo que lo invalidaría sería un cierre rápido por debajo de nuestro promedio del 34 en la de 3 días, en los 39.22. Si tienes un cierre diario hoy o mañana o pasado, ponte tú, yo sé que el mercado está cerrado el fin de semana, pero el lunes o martes. No, espérame, hoy es, es lunes, güey. No sé por qué por ahora me engañé que era viernes. Puta madre. Ni modo, Alejandro. Todas las fantasías que habías hecho en tu cerebro se acaban de desaparecer. Pero si esta semana ves que Oclo tiene un cierre diario por debajo del 39, olvídalo, estamos mal y esto va a caer más. Pero debería de aguantar. Ahí es donde podrías entrar y aparte tenemos un gap justamente en esta zona de acá, en los 33 más o menos, para que lo tengas anotado. Vela topera también y tienes continuación instantánea. Vela topera, probablemente continuación instantánea. Y de ahí puedes ver que la vela topera no te engañó la última vez. ¡Pum! Instantáneamente cuando te dio la continuación. Vamos a ver si te la da. Pero ahí tienes Oclo. Se ve bastante bien. Mr. Alex, we're ready for some XRPPs. Where is my XRPP?
Where is the PP?
Here it is.
Your PP is visible. It's just you gotta look closer.
Oh, I see.
I have the same issue.
I also have a magnifying glass right here.
Me too.
It can detect life in other planets, so this will help me.
I have to use it to find my PP sometimes.
Those and the tweezers, essential.
Those in the tweezers.
Oh wow. That's quite the view.
Oh, that's funny. Well, here we have on XRPP, daily volatility is reset. We've been watching this for a while now. That's a reset in June 23rd. It's been, right here for a few days now. We have here the possibility, right? Bulls needed this to be a higher low, taking out this last high, flipping this into a daily uptrend. The issue with this view now is you're still under the EMA 100 with volatility now reset. This has implications on a move down if we can't flip this daily trend up. The only way to do that for me is really to just take out this wick high. Now, in order for that not to occur, it would mean that bears would need to reject us down, first losing that 220 area. $2.20 is a big area of support and or resistance. And so we yesterday reclaimed it. Today we may lose it. Into the next open, you could get your follow through on that move depending on which way it closed. Did it hold above 220 or did we lose support? Why I'm saying that is because if we can't hold support while even rejecting before taking out that wick high under the EMA 100 yeah, this will actually then start shifting into a lower high posturing, which unfortunately, up until this low here, we were in a downtrend. The only reason why this had some hopium was you had almost a hammerhead on the daily. You reclaimed the daily 9. You didn't take out the last lower low, putting this in some hopium of a uptrend on the daily. But without us taking out that high, it's just unconfirmed, or you just don't want to be a bull with no trigger trying to trade a daily trend shift that never occurs. So just understand that if we know that bulls are gonna use June 27th low as simply a higher low, then that makes an easy objective for bears. You don't need to take out this low, but rather you're just trying to take out this one here. It can roll over, take out this low, form a lower high. Yeah, this will just be back into a downtrend while rejecting the daily EMA 100. Which, if you're going to be watching that, you should be, because this is a big zone. You've had big moves down from the EMA 100. Here you reclaimed it. You were unable to hold the reclaim, leading to that dump down to almost $2 flat. It was $2.08. Here you rallied back up, finding rejection at the EMA 100 before dumping all the way down to that 195, giving bears a super easy move down. I remember looking at this. It was like once we lost this channel here, you just simply broke down. So that's the daily view. Does 220 hold? Does it not? 220 doesn't hold today. Yeah, this will look like a loss of support, possibly flipped into resistance. You'll only confirm that if you rally up tomorrow, tonight, and then reject. Losing the daily 9 will confirm that, yeah, this is going to make its move back to $2.05. Weekly was able to hold support, or better yet, reclaim support while even reclaiming that weekly 9. Again, why it's just going to be important to see 220 continue to hold. It's going to first start with the daily holding, bleeding into the weekly. Most bullish scenario would be that this weekly 9 got reclaimed. This weekly we retest it. We expand into that this week into the next week up. That would then mean that 220 continues to hold as support. Could look something like this. You just hold it this week into next week, you break out, giving you that channel breakout that we've been gauging possibly into July. You see towards the end of this will be done in July. So a move in XRP is going to occur. This is based on the weekly. Draw it a little better here. So this is going to occur eventually sometime in July. And as of right now, it's looking more bullish than bearish if we can hold above 220. You see here the median is shifted up right around the top of this channel. It's at 239. Getting back above the weekly median would be a shift of structure. That'd be very good. We know that, essentially XRPP likes to move once the median on the weekly is reclaimed, as shown here. Once we got back above that median, you tested the 34 before slingshotting up 80%. So in this view, if you start getting a weekly move up and it reclaims the median, yeah, I mean, even without the HPDR, you'd be gauging a move up to that $2.75. The HPDR just kind of makes it a lot more easier to digest and see visually. You get above that median, you're now back above this channel, you're breaking out, volatility's reset. That's a perfect combination for a move up to at minimum 275, which would be about a 20% move. On the flip end, if you start staying under this median while then losing the weekly 9 and 220, yeah, it's going to open up a move down to that 207, 205 region. And with what we know with volatility, it could be just the flip end. You just start like rejecting here. You lose the weekly 34. That's your confirmation that you're going to get a move all the way back down to the EMA 100, which right now is at 140. And it's a pretty hefty dump, if I do say so myself. About 36% move. So for me, when I'm going into July, I'm going to be watching this XRP chart carefully, because volatility is telling me that, yeah, in July, you're going to see a move, and either or it's going to print. You're either going to catch that weekly 34, it gets lost, you can catch the breakdown. It's easy 32% move, or you'll catch the weekly median reclaim and be able to catch it with ease up 14-15% up to that 270 at minimum. And that's assuming this even stops here. This very well could just start breaking out, taking you up to that 288 to even all the way up to $3.10. Closer to all-time high. So that's XRP spot. It's just an tricky spot. We've identified this channel with volatility contracting. I do believe in July you're going to get follow through on that. You can use the daily here and really understand that under the EMA 100 doesn't change anything. That still puts it in bearish posturing. You need to, as a bull, get above the EMA 100 and reclaim and hold above 220. If you can do that, you can definitely make an argument to move up to the SMA 200, which is at 236. Now look at that. This is why 220 is important, because it doesn't matter what occurs before this 2-month close. You've had candles up and down. Here you see, at one point you were up a 58%, but just 220 just continued not to hold. You closed under it here. You rejected down on that open. You actually rejected 24% from 220. Bounce, and then you went up again, leading to almost like a doji. Here, same thing. You went up very big, but now you're right at 220. This is why 220 is going to be extremely crucial today to see hold and reclaim. If that can actually hold and reclaim, this could be then looked at as a shift of resistance, shifted into support, giving you that easy target to 270s at minimum. Hopium now is at this wick high, still continues to hold on this bi-monthly, which is bullish, but you're just caught within this range. And that's why, until you actually get above 220 and hold, yeah, you're in a range, and 196 is still support. That hasn't changed since we formed this in December. Same thing, 220 needs to hold, get reclaimed, shift of structure there. Six-month looks slightly concerning. You would need it to sell down a bit more. It's just slightly concerning, nothing crazy. Again, hopium is that you're just shifting that January 2021 wick high into support. That is still very much there. You still very much are doing that. You're just caught again between that range. So you don't want to get too bullish until you actually get 220 reclaim on at very minimum a monthly to then really start getting uber bullish on this chart. Until then, you just don't want to be the guy scaling longs here, calling for a move up to 310. And well, you just end up rejecting 220, leading to a breakdown. That XRP always does. It always likes to make these big moves up and then it breaks down. Big moves up, breaks down. It's a pretty big move up and it broke down, but you can't use the first candle.
XRP is the king of fucking late longs.
Big move up, yeah, big move down. So that's why someone like me who loves to make money on the short side, I'm going to be watching this carefully, because this is telling me that July, it's going to be an interesting time for XRP. And I do think it's just going to be dependent on you every single day watching and waiting. Okay, did the SMA 200 get reclaimed, or are we losing $2? Simple as that. It's like, okay,
whenever you long the top of XRP, you're like, wait, this isn't trading. This is anal sex.
Oh, that's funny. So yeah, and why 196 may not hold if we come back down to that support is just you have a pretty nice 10-day candle here. I'm sure a lot of stops are right here. You have the 38.2% shifted right around that 193 level. You end up coming back down, rejecting the 10-day EMA 9, right? And it's also under the 10-day median. Making your move back down to here could open up a bearish retest. That's where I potentially want to do some business on XRP. So in summary,
the 3-day is pretty interesting. Volatility, the averages, like it seems like the easiest way of looking at it.
Yeah. It's true.
Above those fuckers, good. Below that blue fucker, bad.
Bad. Yeah. Yeah. Basically. So, that's why it's like, it's even just the EMA 100. You just start getting back above there. It'll start shifting really good for that 3-day. You've reclaimed the 34 on the 3-day. Till then, you just don't want to be the guy longing right under resistance. Very well could do something like this. I don't know why that's not clicking. Please click like that. That would not be fun. And this would actually give you a super easy short. And you just use this high as your stop. Yeah.
So is Mr. Garlic Bread gonna invest in more XRP?
Channel and a channel and a channel.
Garlic Bread will be investing in XRP around 66 cents.
I bet. I bet.
Yeah, I'll actually be looking at this scenario going into July. I mean, you can just see the only reaction you had from the EMA 100 was here. That alone led to a pretty nice dump, 7%. Look very carefully, you actually didn't even hit it. This is the one you actually hit. That gave you a nice... Come on, man. Yeah, 14% move. See, this catching this short here, it just would have been straight to business. Actually, and that's why I'm like paying attention to XRP in July, because like I saw this and this was like a 15% move in 6 days. You literally could have made life-changing money on this move had your positioning, leverage, and size been right, of course. But still, when I see a chart like this that gives you a 15% move in 6 days with no liquidity grabs, I'm like, huh, that's very interesting. So why would I not be gauging that reaction the same way, the same setup, in the same zone? So just pay attention. And I'll still say that, yeah, I think in July you're going to get some move. If you want to be real accurate, it's like maybe the end of the month of July. But the way everything is set up now on the weekly, I'm unsure if it's going to take a few weeks for that. Very well, it could just lose 220 this week. Into next week, you come down, you rally back up, you reject 220s. So yeah, maybe end of month for sure. That's XRP spot. 220 is the spot today to watch, and you're using the daily EMA 100 reclaim to really gauge if you're going to really test the SMA 200 or not. SMA 200 still remains a big zone, and you can see it was not able to get it up here. When we longed right here, that was my TP zone. It front ran it. So just understand that there's a lot of resistance on this chart, and this chart's pretty bearish. You're under the EMA 100 on the daily, the SMA 200, the weekly EMA 9. Yes, it just got reclaimed last week, but we know this. It needs to actually confirm that by 2 to 3 closures. One candle doesn't change anything at all for me. This very well could just be an altcoin. Reclaim, let me long, and then it just engulfs this. You also haven't even shifted weekly trend. Yeah, this isn't a downtrend, lower low. This could be a lower high. All while the monthly is still holding the 9. So there's the hopium there for bulls. Once you lose this monthly 9, this is your absolute trigger that this is in a bear market. And this is about to go all the way back down to 140s minimum, if not all the way back to like $1.18. So I will still say that the monthly 9, that is my last criteria. If this is in a bear market, it's not. It's still holding. Let's check the 5. And even the 5's holding too. Okay, so there is some hopium. I'm not a perma bear out here on the streets. I will give bulls the hopium. They deserve it. So they do have that at least. Let's check out the Bitcoin chart now. Often the most important chart before the tether pairing, if you like alts, is the Bitcoin chart always. And here you see, well, you did hold the monthly 9. When we last looked at this, I wanted to move back down to here at 163. Let's see why we wanted that. So yeah, it's just basically playing the weekly. I'll delete this and this one and this one. Notice here, just consistent lower highs. That's what we identified. Sell off. Easily could rally back up to the median. Possibly the EMA 9. But this isn't a downtrend. You now have an easy lower high gauge, which is here. So that means that any move up to this point is just going to be a lower high before a breakdown. For me, if you're under that weekly EMA 34, it does open up the EMA 100. This will be like a magnet. Now, it very well could do this. You break down. Do you actually break down per the HBDR? No, the EMA 100 moves up. You hit it, and then you bottom. You get back above here. That's your confirmation of a bottom, targeting 2243. But that's all just tinfoil hat analysis until we actually get it. The only reason why you would think of maybe this being a bounce zone is just that this EMA 100 can actually move up, solidifying that, yeah, it's right on the 38.2%. There it should at. That's like the last stand before you break down the weekly. So logic says that that EMA 100 should hold. Yeah, what do we have had here? Oh, turn the rainbow chart off. So you had a false reclaim of the EMA 100. This is a failed reclaim because you reclaimed it and then lost it immediately. This is often just predatory. Here's your liquidity grab, leading to a terrible evening star before the follow through. So one could make the argument the monthly's already topped. The only reason how this can't not be topped is if this EMA 100 gets reclaimed again. Better yet, if 2658 gets reclaimed. Resistance back into support. Okay, cool. Maybe we're wrong. It's not topped. It's going to go up to this zone. Till then, yeah, this is actually looking quite top to me. This is looking like it just did what every altcoin loves to do. Breaks down, gave shorts the easiest move. You finally got a short squeeze. You finally reclaimed some levels. Bulls get horny and happy, except this is the zone where everything just always reverts back. You lose it, and then you're just like back to the trenches. Objective is always this zone. You can just see it. Last time this deviated, you went down. Deviated, straight up went down. And then this rejected before going down. So this is a big spot. It's already in the process of breaking down. Yeah, you can say, well, the monthly nine's holding. True, it's true, but I would rather want to see something like this. The monthly 34 gets bought up, and then here you can make your move up to the yellow line. That was solid support here, so you should be gauging that as like a bearish retest. There you could get your loss of the 9. But I will say it's not really until you lose the monthly 9 where this does become fun, at least for shorts. And you are there, so you won't just go down only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possibly red months. You will eventually get a bounce, but does that bounce reclaim the yellow line or does it not? That's the big question. Visually, you can see the shift here. So bi-monthly kind of needs to hold here. This is interesting. If you lose this bi-monthly 34, this will confirm to me that this is probably topped. That's just simply based on putting it right back into this moving average range where the 34 was rejecting us. Yeah, you reclaimed it, you held it. There's no reason why this shouldn't have expanded. Now you're all the way back to it. You're not even like, you don't even have a big buffer. It's not like you're 5% away from it. It's like nothing. Not even 1% away. If Bitcoin ends up rolling over today, this will lose the 34 today. This could open up a short, meaning you then reject the 34 and you at minimum make your way to the 9 where that absolutely has to hold. If it doesn't, it's cooked. This was just a major liquidity grab before the breakdown, and then we're going to test these lows again. Terrible. It's the chart that couldn't. It almost could, but it just couldn't. Same thing, right? What was always rejecting us in the quarterly? The 21. Should there be any scenario where the bulls don't hold the 21? Not in my book. So, interesting. again, just plays into why I think July we're going to see a pretty important move on XRPP. And the charts are lining up on it, especially it's a higher time frame. Look at that. You just have like potentially a 6-month top candle here.
Damn.
Visually,
that shit's closing in like 6 hours.
6 hours, exactly. While the quarterly
Whoa.
is losing the 34, while the bi-monthly is about to lose the 21. It's not good. And this very well could lose even the 9 and make it super easy for bears. That would be great. If it loses the 9 on this quarterly close, now I have just max confidence to short this shit down. This looks distributive too. Whenever you get these wicks, this is like very important. These wicks aren't bullish. You went up, sold off. You went up, sold off. You went up, sold off, sold off, sold off. That's the point. Anytime that you get up, you trap more longs. Oh, we're finally breaking out. And then now you just are like trapped. And this is potentially now about to lose your only case of hopium, which was the quarterly 9 getting reclaimed. For the first time ever, we're about to go up. But then here we have the 21. This is why the moving averages are nice, because they keep you in check. Great. 29 just got reclaimed. Probably make your move up to the 21. You've never tested that. I always say it's just freshly populated, so you don't really know the reaction, but you still know how a 21 acts, and you can't see how the 9s reacted. Am I surprised we rejected here? No, not at all. So really, I mean, if you're gathering anything, it seems like this higher time frame closings that we're getting on XRPP are about to potentially confirm a lot of bearish stuff for it. Now backtrack it here, right? You're going to lose the 21. If you're losing the 21, bulls needed this to shift into support, and it still could. 6 hours to go. Trump could tweet something that causes Bitcoin to push up. But it's like, you know, if this doesn't hold, this legitimately is just back within this range. Or more often than not, you go back to the 9. Yikes. Same with the bi-monthly. You can't hold above the 34. Yikes. If you can, then there's some hopium here. Like this. And then it booms up. Or it even comes down to here. And then forms like a head and shoulders. But that would still mean it needs inverse head and shoulders, but that still means it would need to go down more. So I'm not going to like guess what's going to happen. I'm just going to wait. We're going to wait and watch 2-month, 3-month, monthlies closing. This will give you guidance. Bears need this 34 to get lost. They don't want this to be flipped into support. This is support. So if you lose it, it's now demolished. It's not support. You're back within this range, which plays into the quarterly, which plays into the monthly. The monthly is already at risk of breaking down under the EMA 100. You very well could get a mean reversion bounce. So from here back to the EMA 100, dependent on that 2-month and quarterly close, in my opinion. So, because it could look like this. The monthly holds the 9. Oh, I actually forgot it's closing today too. I'm so dumb. So you're even about to lose the monthly 9, even giving you a perfect short opportunity into July. And I say that just simply based on this. I mean, what happened? Let's just see. Every time you've lost the monthly 9, let's just see. So here, okay, down. Okay. Failed. So fine, still count it. Cool. So these are all the times we've ever lost a monthly 9. Let's check it out. This one lost it here. No, and this one. Gosh. This one was a failed setup. Fine. So failure. Put that one here. White. This one was not. And the failure meaning it lost it and then ended up not dumping. It actually just reclaimed it. Here we lost the 9. This would have given you a mega easy short opportunity. From that point, you would have been able with ease to print 67%. Cool. Don't know what this is. Not part of what I'm doing. Here you lost the 9. From that point, it gave you somewhat of an easy short, somewhat meaning that it just took out the previous highs. I come here, Shift this. You took out the previous high. It's okay. Something to note there. But the point being, you never reclaimed it. And if you had just low leveraged it and shorted it, you still would have been able to print a 57% move while potentially clenching your cheeks on a, well, yeah, that was a pretty big move up. But this is an altcoin. So here, this was a failure. So I'll put that in white again. Right? It lost it, then reclaimed it. But then here you see you lost it. Again, pretty simple. Didn't take out the last high. So this was very easy to short. And with ease, this would have given you a 44% move down. Why are these numbers so impressive? Because it's straight to business. You know what you're looking at. And you literally, all of us would have, for all these scenarios, minus this liquidity grab, we would have been able to catch this. Here we had another one, lost the monthly 9. This was very easy. And with your eyes closed, you would have been able to make 75% down. Not bad. 10x, you're up 750% on a super easy trade. Here was a failure. In quotation marks, failure, because you still even went up here and rejected down 64%. So that's not a failure, actually, because it didn't even reclaim it. Fine. Here you lost it. Let's see what this one dumped down to. It's 21%. Damn. I'm like, that didn't even look that big. Okay. As well as this one. It's 32%. This one, like, you're getting the point, right? Like, this will make, well, we'll just finish it. We've come this far. Let's go all the way home with her.
Might as well.
Yeah, might as well. This one lost it here. And then, yeah, this one was that the 20? This was a 14% move. So still over 10%. And then here, lost it. 62%. You noticed here, let's observe this. You lost it. And you just were playing and rejecting the 9, the 21, the 34. The 34 would have always been your extremity short. So now what do we have here? Well, you have potentially today, you're about to lose this. So we can now, well, yeah, I can front run it. Potentially, we'll manifest it. And so with what I've just shown you, it's pretty straight to business once you lose that on XRP versus Bitcoin. So just be aware of that. That's like, this could really open up a move at minimum back to support. And this at minimum could mean you're going to move down 10%. Pretty easily, pretty straightforward. That has implications for XRP spot or XRP versus Tether. Because yes, it is holding above the monthly 9, but the XRP versus Bitcoin is telling a different story. How could we really see if this is going to be bearish before? Because this looks bullish. It does. And it's just simply based on this holding the 9, holding 220. Like, there always has to be something that tells you. You just get a time frame that fits your bias, boys, and then you're good. No, I'm just kidding. Kinda.
Or adjust your settings.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Always.
You can't cheat code. That's just the cheat code. Yeah. I'm not getting anything that's like an indication of what I see on XRP versus Bitcoin, which is unfortunate because that would be nice. Maybe the HBDR can say something. No, you're even above the monthly median here. I will say this 38.2% has just been rejecting us for multiple months. Okay. Let's check the 2-week median. So under it, should reject in theory. Okay, what about the weekly? I'm trying to see if there's anything else I can pull out of this chart. The weekly is better because you can really see here, like this weekly, you know, there was chop by the median, of course, but like it getting back above the 9 and the median was your sign that this is going to break out. But I would have said the SMA 200 needs to get reclaimed, so you wouldn't have been able to catch that. Here you have the weekly median loss. It's now moved up to 239. This is the first time we've lost it. I mean, really since here in like April. Which was nothing, no follow through, nothing. You bounced actually up the bottom of the 38.2%. Implications then for maybe that move down to 208. But like what sparks big moves down? So it is the weekly median then. It's like once you lose the weekly median, you just start going down. Here you lost it. That's actually what triggered that move down. And then here you reclaimed it, and that's actually what triggered the move up. Well, you lost it here. Yeah, no, I agree. But just even reclaiming it opened that chop scenario bullish structure. Interesting. Seems like this likes to expand or make moves off the weekly median, actually. Okay. Well, in summary for me, I'm watching XRP actually very like a hawk. This is going to be one of my favorite charts I'm going to be looking at into July because I'm going to want to make some money, and this could be easy money, up or down. For me now, you're now watching this weekly 9 to hold. 220 doesn't change. You just need that to keep holding. If 220 continues to hold and you get back above the EMA 100 on the daily, you're going to get a free move up to the SMA 200 at 235. 235 to 239 will be a big spot. There's absolutely no reason to get bullish up here because if you, let's say, break out, and then like, what do we usually get on these breakouts? If we reclaim the median, we get throwbacks, and then we can just long the throwback, specifically with what we know on everything else. But with XRP Bitcoin looking as weak as it is, potentially losing the EMA 9 on this month, unconfirmed until the monthly close today, you do need to be cautious here. You already have a weekly silver cross as well, giving you a bias. Oh gosh, let me get to 55. No, never mind. Negate that. My apologies. You already have the 9 and the 21 crossing. So there is bearish structure here somewhat. And that's why it's just going to be crucial for, if you watch the XRP versus Bitcoin, to really be watching the meme line right at the 2-week EMA 100. If you start losing this 2-week EMA 100, this is it. That's most likely going to be the spark that XRP versus Bitcoin needs to break down. And as history has shown, you can do this on yourself. Just put the 2-week on, put the EMA 100, and just look at what has occurred every time we've lost that. I can tell you it's not been good. So that can be a really good kind of line in the sand right by the meme line that's on the Bitcoin pairing. For XRP versus Tether, for me, it's all just 195. You break that, even on a daily, you're going to break down. 195, even on a daily, you're going to break down. And or if you get back above the daily SMA 200, you're going to break out. So this is on the daily. You can front run it if the EMA 100 gets reclaimed. That should give you an easy move up to the SMA 200. There, it's either going to reject and it rolls over. And then, towards the end of this month, it's like this. Towards the end of this month, you start going down and then you break down. Or this just reclaims up. We long the throwback and we can target like 270s. I have no FOMO on this chart going into July. And the only reason I'm saying that is so no one else has FOMO, because this will really give you an easy trade if you're patient and you just know what you're watching.
Absolutely, senor. Thank you. I'll be super quick right now, so you can do yours, Farhan. I'll just give the most mediocre analysis so that. Thank you. I mean, in a simple way, it's just like the stuff that you were looking at just reaffirmed everything that we're looking at on this chart. So absolutely great.
That's it. You're just watching the closes, 2-month, monthly, and the weekly and daily today.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, señor. Estamos viendo XRP, damas y caballeros. Estamos viendo en la de 3 días, porque esta le quita todo el ruido a esto. Quiero que nos dé tiempo para hacer rápido la tabla que nos va a enseñar Farhan de Berkshire Hathaway. Entonces, rápidamente, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en temporalidad de 3 días? Altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos y bajos, bajos más bajos. Aunque este no es un bajo más bajo. Y eso es lo que nos deja preguntándonos qué mierdas va a pasar. Y yo creo que podemos básicamente poner todo esto rápido en un lugar viendo tu gráfico de 3 días de esta forma. ¿Por qué? Porque si te pongo el HPDR te vas a dar cuenta instantáneamente los niveles clave. Tienes resistencia para la parte alta de la zona azul en 2.4, justamente acá, con el promedio del 34 en los 2.22. De poder romper los 2.22 a la alza, vas a tener más probabilidades de ir a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 2.42. Pero primera parte que tendrías que hacer es conquistar este máximo, luego este, y ya de ahí podrías darte vuelta para acá y asegurarte que te lleves también ese, etcétera. Ahora, ¿qué pasa si pierdes tu promedio del 55 aquí abajo? Ahí es donde está tu media también. Entonces, el secreto de XRP es el cierre de hoy. Arriba o abajo de esto. En medio, tal cual como está, no te dice nada y tendríamos que esperar a ver cómo abre para poder pintar la nueva fotografía. Pero por ahora, estás por encima del promedio del 9, el 55 y la media, pero estás por debajo del 34.21. ¿Y qué otro? Y ya. Entonces, básicamente, arriba de esto, para arriba, abajo de esto, para abajo a los 204. 204, esperas no llevártelo más para allá. Si te llegas a ir al 50%, ya te pone muy cerca de estos mínimos. Y el 61.8% en el 1 nuevo tiene cara de que está llamando su nombre. Les voy a enseñar algo más rápido. En esta tabla de 3 días, no hemos tocado el promedio del 100 más que 2 veces, ¿ok? El 55, 2, 3, la cuarta rompió para abajo. 1, 2, 3, rompió para abajo, 1 y ya estamos abajo, ¿ok? ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que 1, 2 y una tercera tocada al promedio del 100 no sería destructiva, pero ya nos pone en alerta de tal vez si se queda por ahí para abajo. Y del otro lado también tienes el promedio del 200 que no lo hemos venido a tocar en el 1.22.9, lo que también nos pone eso como objetivo si es que vamos para abajo. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Yendo para julio, cómo vaya a abrir este gráfico, sobre todo véanlo en la mensual, van a poder entender el por qué lo decimos. Estamos justamente arribita del promedio del 5, estamos justamente acá con nuestro promedio del 9, que es de nuevo cerca de donde está. Bueno, no cerca, pero vieron ustedes de nuestra media en el canal. Y poniéndolo así, 205, que también es donde está nuestro, casi cerca del promedio del 9, es donde está la media. De perder esa zona, para abajo. Faltan 6 horas y 28 minutos para cerrar esto. Por ahora deberíamos de poder ir a los 309. Así que lo único que tenemos que hacer es aguantar por acá, arriba de esos números. El 3 días te lo va a dar todo sin tener que usar HPDR ni absolutamente ni madres. Te vas a meter acá y ver. Cerré por encima del 34, sí, bien, vamos para arriba. Cerré por abajo de estos, del promedio del 55, bueno, voy para abajo. Perdí el 9, la primera indicación, segunda es esta, y ahí lo tendrías. Así puesto, sencillo. Let's do Berkshire Hathaway B.
Alrighty. What's his face? I forgot his name. Warren Buffett. Took me a second
Yeah.
there.
Mr. Warren or Buffett?
Mr. Bitcoin is rat poison.
It's BRK.
BRK.B.
Thank you.
And just for reference, it's not really relevant to this one. Just want to show people this one is $484, and BRK.A is about $727,000 a share. Pretty cool.
Fuck Bitcoin, right? Like that shit's
Yeah.
crazy.
That one's probably going to $1 million of it pretty soon.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So on this quarterly candle, we got a correction all the way down to the top 38.2%, and as of now, we are holding it with the momentum currently pointed to the downside. And as long as we do continue to hold that top 38.2%, price is just going to grind out a higher low and then continue upwards like it did right at this point, where it held the top 38.2% and then continued upwards to the 88.3%. So we want to see is where this HPDR ranges move on this next close. If they don't move, then it's likely that it's going to retest the 38.2% at a minimum, if not test the median. But if they do move up, then it's likely that the HPDR is going to hold on the top 38.2%, and price is going to move upwards to the 88.3% once again, like it did in this area right here, where we tested the 38.2%. We moved down to the top 38. tested 88.2%, moved down to the top 38.2%, and from there we just expanded to the 88.3% once again. Ideally, that's what will happen this time around too. The HPDR ranges will move up, and then we'll test the top 38.2%. Because right now we are putting in possible hidden bullish divergence by breaking this low here, and price is still putting in a higher low. But right now, volatility is resetting from being topped out in the 80% range. Now it's all the way back down to the 50% levels. So this is the area where it could flip back up as long as it's holding 38.2%. Or what it could do is just continue to grind out a higher low in this area while volatility resets, and then we get our busting action move, like we did right around this zone here, where volatility was resetting while we were within the 38.2%. We tested the same low once again, and then we got our busting action. Let's go to the monthly. Monthly is putting in quite the top candle. We haven't quite broken the wick low of this candle just yet, to giving us our deeper pullback. Right now, momentum is very close to breaking into the bearish control zone, with volatility just about to start entering an expansion phase. And the jewel is now shifting into downwards into a sell signal, and the pink is very close to crossing below the yellow. If you do get that crossed, it's very, very likely you're going to break this wick low. Momentum is going to break into the bearish control zone, and then you're going to get a move at a minimum towards this 21 EMA at around $452. But with volatility coming from this low, more likely you're going to come towards 95%, around that 55 EMA, around like $374. And that is going to be quite the dumpski from where we are now. That is about 24% to the downside. That's for the people who invest in Berkshire. That's like a heart attack level of pullback. 2-week is also shifted to the downside, getting into the bearish control zone. The 2-week candle is looking quite ugly. It's a massive shooting star after a move to the downside. And what I would consider to be nail in the coffin is if you close the 2-week below that 21 EMA. If you close below that 21 EMA, which is around $483.03, you got really not much until a minimum of the 88.3, which is around like $467. And your next level of EMA support is sitting right around this 95% to 55 at around 430-ish. The minimum move to the 88.3%, you likely will get somewhat of a bounce, is like 3.6%. Doesn't seem like much, but for people that invest in Berkshire, 3.6% is a lot. Right now, volatility is still shifted to the upside. And now you're getting, oh shit, did 100 get out? 1 sec.
I don't know, but you're still on.
1 sec, I'm gonna text back. All right, so you still have that sell signal that you got over here on the jewel with the pink below the yellow. You never really got it to undo, and now you've shifted back into the sell signal, and you're getting below the bullish control. So I don't know if we're still live. Are we still live? Guys, can you comment in the comment section if we're still live? Because I feel like his thing might have been running it.
It says live.
Nobody's commenting.
Let me ask the Discord. Discord, go to the general. Let me know. Are we live? On who's gonna say it first? Who's gonna say it first? Discord. Let me know. General chat. Are we live? These guys. I guess I could just look. Let me answer my own question and go to YouTube. 1 second. Oh, wait. Yeah. Jose, real one. Thank you, Jose. Wow.
Live?
Attention. Yeah, we're live.
All right.
No, we're good. Everyone says it's good. All
right, so now the jewel is losing the bullish control zone. It's kind of looking like we're going to get that breakdown. Weekly has also got an attempt at a bounce, retested our 9 and 21 EMA, which are currently crossed to the downside, and we're getting a rejection. Momentum is once again shifting to the downside, still above the moving average, so there's still some hopium. It's just not really that much, and volatility is still in a contraction phase with momentum shifted up. 5 days, same signal as the weekly. It's just looking weak. 2 days now. Once again, about to start shifting back to the downside. Very close to getting a silver cross to the downside. That's going to give us a nice little dump ski with momentum shifting to the downside, volatility shifting up. Jewel is currently on a buy signal, but it is looking very weak. Oh, apparently we're not live anymore.
Whoa.
I got a message saying we're not live anymore.
Well, how are people watching it then?
I'm not sure. I got a DM on Instagram saying not live anymore.
No, we are live. Why don't we just let me go to his thing. See, I see it on X. No, I see it on X.
Daily is currently also flipped to the downside freshly, with volatility just about to start expanding on that as well. Just everything is screaming to me breakdown. We're rejecting the median. That usually gets us a move down to the bottom 38.2%, which right now sits at about $480. 4 hours now shifting to the upside, but it does look like the local top is put in with the rejection of that 21 EMA. Right now, what the bears have to do is lose that 38.2%, then you can officially start the real breakdown. Check the RSI.
Wait, this is still open? You guys can hear me?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, fucking amazing.
Yeah, we're still live.
All right.
There we go.
Look at us.
Yeah.
Look at us. Look at us. Who would have thought? Not me.
Not me. Let me tell you, not me.
Correlate still has many drives of hidden bullish divergence active. Going to be active as long as you're closing over about $437.90. And your next move is going to be the critical zone, which right now sits at about $619. Quite the move up. This level will update in about 2 hours. Monthly is now putting in bearish divergence. Oof. And monthly is going to confirm that bearish divergence with any close below $500. And that will give us a move towards, at a minimum, the neutral zone, which right now is sitting at about $396, about $400. Lines up with that HPDR level of right around 400. And those one about 370s. 2 week now has bearish divergence confirmed, and that it's going to give us a move down to the minimum, at a minimum, the neutral zone, which right now sits at about 456. Weekly's got bearish divergence. It's going to be confirmed as long as you're closing below 497, and your next move is into the critical zone. Right now it's at the 364, right next to that 370s number. Nothing on 5 days, 3 days. 3 days got currently bearish divergence, but you're already in the critical zone. 2 days got, never mind, it's invalidated. Daily's got some fresh hidden bearish divergence. That's cool. That will be active as long as you're closing below. Let's zoom in a little bit. About $489.68. So if you close at $489.69, it will invalidate. It's a good number. Right now, your next target is going to be, well, the easy one is a simple moving average, which is sitting at about 480. But then the more relevant target is the critical zone based on volatility, which is sitting at 2%. Right now, the critical zone is sitting at about 445. And 4 hours got hidden bearish divergence. Also, many drives. Active as long as you're below 490, and it's gonna give you a target of the bearish control zone. Right now, that's about 470, 476. Critical zone is 444. Okay. So the high time frames on Berkshire are still extremely bullish. This thing has always been extremely bullish on the high time frames. I think Warren Buffett knows what he's doing. Safe to say, this thing is just up only. Little definition of parabolic, giving you a parabola, and still has hidden bullish divergence. All it really does is gives you bearish divergence, which leads into the hidden bullish divergence, which then gives you busting action to new all-time highs. and that hidden bullish divergence is going to be active on the quarterly as long as you're closing over $437. The lower time frames are shifting bearish right now. You are getting bearish divergences on across the board on all of your low time frames. It is looking like right now at a minimum you're going to retest somewhere around $440. If that area does hold, then this trend will continue off of this 5 EMA, maybe slightly weakening slightly below it, but on a closing basis, it does like to hold the 5 EMA and just continue upwards. The only time where it really loses the 5 EMA or in like market extremes, like in 2022 bottom, and then on the 2020 crash right here, and then the previous one before that was in 2008. It doesn't really even like to go below the 5 EMA. Only in those extreme events does it go down to below the 5 EMA, and then in extreme situations like COVID, it comes down to the 21. Otherwise, it just bottoms at the 9. And right now, the 9 is sitting right around that $430 area, which would still maintain that previous higher low. It would still maintain the hidden bullish divergence, probably put in another drive of hidden bullish divergence around that $430 zone, and then send it upwards, which is one of the targets on bearish divergence on the low time frames. And that would be a pullback, which from the all-time highs of around like 20%. This would be basically the textbook definition of a bear market at that point. At that point, they're going to say Berkshire is in a bear market. It's going to be right down to the 9 EMA, and you can already imagine what CNBC is going to be saying about bear market Berkshire, bear market. Warren Buffett doesn't know what he's doing. He needs to never retire or step back in, or maybe he needs to retire while it's still technically holding that previous major higher low.
Warren Buffett announced his retirement.
Did he?
Yeah.
I'm a retard then, I guess. But I guess they're going to be saying he needs to come out of retirement.
There you go.
He needs to come out of retirement. Well, it's still going to be holding this higher low. Still going to be putting in hidden bullish divergence. Going to be at the quarterly 9 EMA. Probably sends it to new all-time highs from there. And monthly's got that bearish divergence, which will give you that target of that 470s, and then 470s first for a slight bounce. That 470s bounce might take you back up to 480 if it's bullish in the short term. I don't think so. I think it's probably going to be like, because this thing doesn't move very much, maybe from 470s to somewhere around like 476, 477. Very likely rejects that area though, and then moves into the 430s, and then from there it'll likely put in the hidden bullish divergence. The invalidation on this is getting any tick below. Let's go to the higher time frame. This is going to be very low. Any tick below about $259 or a weekly. No, you're gonna have to use a monthly because of how slow this moves. A monthly close below about $330. If one of those two things happens, then it's probably gonna pull back slightly longer, probably slightly deeper, and probably going to be testing this 200 at around $200. I don't think that's going to happen. However, it's giving me no reason to expect that that's going to happen. And more likely, it's going to slightly pull back to around like 440 to 430. And then from there, new all-time highs.
Thank you so much, senor. Hang on a second. Let me share my screen because I got out of here. All righty. Anything else you boys like to add, say, before you go, look at?
Not much. Let's just see if that Bitcoin 105's area will hold. Then we can send it.
Sounds good.
For me, nothing specific. Just watch the Discord. I'm going to be posting the morning update after the stream. And I really do think now's the time to just lock in, watch the morning updates, watch the stream, watch the trading alerts. I really do believe if we just lock in July, we'll have a really good outcome. So that's all I see. We very rarely get these setups on Bitcoin. Every few times a year, July really starting to look prime. The question just will be up or down. This month, though, today is going to be important, and I'll update tonight when we get those pivots change on the monthly, the 2 month, the 3 month.
It'd be very cool for Bitcoin to give me an all-time high for my birthday.
Something will come. It's either going to be a new low or a new all-time high, probably by the time your birthday is. That's how confident I am. Hopefully,
yeah, and either direction, you're going to make money. So
either way,
fuck about what direction it goes. Yeah,
100%. And that's why I'm also reminding myself we're going into July with no bias. We're going to play the levels. We're going to play what the charts give us because we know how these volatility setups go. It's the most fucky before the real easy money is made. So we're just going to be aware of that. So, but we do have shorts running today. But understand, these aren't the all-in, get liquidated if it hits stop short. No, if it hits our stop, we wait for 1093, 1098, potentially take a big short there. And if we're wrong on that, great. We can be long, and I'll flip-flop. So
there you go. Nice. Well, very nice, boys. You guys enjoy your Monday. I thought it was Friday at some point in the stream, so there's that.
I think when it's Saturday, it's Tuesday. I never know when it's the weekend.
Same shit. Yeah. You motherfuckers enjoy, take care, and thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, boys. See you later.
Buenas tardes, muchachos. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Ok, vamos a darle con Toño de Valdés a esta mamada para poder cerrar rápido el año, güey. Apenas es lunes. Ok, vamos. Estamos viendo Berkshire Hathaway B, que es la segunda acción de Warren Buffett. Y como enseñó Farhan, la A vale 700 y cacho mil dólares. Esta vale $483. Así que esta es la que compramos los pobres. Podemos ver que estamos en altos históricos. Esto simplemente va en parábola. Esto es lo de 3 meses. Podemos ver que nos recargamos el promedio del 5 para poder ir una vez más hasta arriba, pero quiero ver la de 6 meses porque también hoy hay cierres importantes. Vean esto. Vean la claridad que ofrece una tabla de 6 meses. Y tenemos esto en los 400. Muy interesante tener el promedio del 5 ahí. ¿Por qué? Porque pueden ver que el promedio del 9 solamente lo toca en el 2020, ni siquiera en el 2022 lo tocó. Solamente el promedio del 5 es la última oportunidad máxima acá. Y el 21 lo tocamos en el 2008, 2009. Así que si ves que perdemos el 5 y perdemos el 9 y vamos al 21 en esto, sabes que es una crisis del tamaño de la del 2009 u 8. Aunque no sé si los mercados puedan caer una vez. Bueno, todo se puede. ¿Para qué me pongo a especular con pendejadas? Estamos en extremos en volatilidad también y estamos pintando una vela topera. Faltan 2 horas para cerrar esta vela, ¿ok? Vamos a la de 3 meses. 3 meses con esto en la mesa. Podemos ver que el 5 le gusta también apoyarse en esta. El 21 lo usamos en el 2020. En el 2020, una vez más, el 9 es una oportunidad máxima y creemos que el 9 va a ser tocado. Y también en la mensual pueden ver esta zona, lo importante que es, los 350, esta zona, lo importante que es en los 420. Y es más, me diría yo que en los 406 es la zona más importante para esto. Voy a la mensual rápidamente. Todas estas temporalidades están apuntando para arriba, pero la mensual estamos perdiendo el promedio del 9, lo que nos dice instantáneamente el siguiente objetivo debería ser el 21, que es justamente la media del canal en los 450. Y de nuevo, esta consolidación de acá atrás, en donde está el 412, es lo que estamos viendo nosotros como un objetivo realista para esto. Vamos a la de 2 semanas también con volatilidad contrayendo. Vimos esta vela absorción de liquidez y luego bolas, güey, para abajo. Estamos por debajo del 9 y el 5, se están cambiando de lugar. Al mismo tiempo nos está apoyando el 21 y acá el promedio del 55 en los 430 va a ser nuestro amigo. Parece que ¿lo hemos tocado alguna vez? Sí. Pero de nuevo, fue en el 2020, que este sería el extremo más cabrón. Si vamos a ver esto, yo pondría, esto va a ser casi imposible de tocar. Esto es bastante probable. Bueno, esto es probable. Esto es bastante probable. Y ya, es lo que yo pondría. Y acá es donde vas a acumular. Pum, pum, pum. Oh, en los 3. Y hay días, pero cuando lo corto, Alejandro, la realidad es que no existe. No, tu invalidación está hasta acá abajo en 2020. Y está en 2022 y está muy abajo, en los 258. Cualquier cierre por debajo o toque de cualquier tipo de vela por cualquier tiempo por debajo de los 258, 260, olvídalo y estamos equivocados por completo. Por ahora nos imaginaríamos todos que esto probablemente simplemente vaya a rebotar y se podría, por cierto. Y acá tienes en la semanal algo bastante fácil de medir. Lo pondría ahí. Si llegas a romper esto para abajo, sabes que tu siguiente nivel es la media y de ahí sabes que tu siguiente nivel va a ser tu promedio del 100 en la semanal. En la diaria, y aparte tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída, lo puedes ver por acá, justamente por encima del promedio. Y en la diaria, En la de harina ya estás ante el SMA 200. De perder el SMA 200 en la diaria, eso abriría la teoría de que vamos para abajo, caerías también de esta línea meme y ahí empezaría a abrir todo, también incluyendo que volatilidad está en el punto más bajo de la tabla, está en básicamente 1.8%. Voy a poner esta línea meme acá para tener una referencia cuando salga y aprovechar esos setups de volatilidad. Por ahora, esto continúa siendo alcista en temporalidades altas. Yo diría bastante sencillo es solamente esto, ver cómo va ver si vas a poder conectar julio 24 con enero del 2025, con marzo del 2025, 1, 2, 3, 4 toques, debería darnos los siguientes para abajo. Y también estamos mal si empiezas a ver que esto está por encima de los 510 teniendo cierres semanales. Eso quiere decir que simplemente ya tocamos el mínimo y vamos a buscar el alto que sigue. Pero por ahora, en temporalidades cortas, le damos más preferencia a poder a los 460, 420 más o menos, y de ahí continuar sin romper nada. Puedes ver que nuestros mínimos de antes estaban acá y simplemente continuaríamos haciendo mínimos más altos, simplemente borramos estos de acá y eso es lo que nos enseña la tabla en estos momentos. En un segundo para prender mi lucecita y ponerme ahí. Pues Dios, ahí lo tienen. Bastante sencillo, bastante fácil, bastante mal hecho. Pero del hecho al trecho existe un estrecho. Ahí lo tienen. Regresó mi internet, no sé qué pasó en la mitad de todo esto. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes que nos acompañaron en esta sesión de Elite Trading Academy. Pónganse pendientes porque Julio de verdad nos va a traer toda la lana. Es justamente lo que estaba diciendo Alex. Todos estos setups de volatilidad que existen en cripto en este momento y aparte en los índices y todo, tienen cara de que a la alza o a la baja, nos da igual para dónde vaya el mercado, vamos a hacer dinero en esa dirección. De eso se trata esto. Entonces, estén muy pendientes, es hora de poner atención y la razón por qué es estos setups de volatilidad nos los dan 1, 2 veces al año. No queremos dejarlo pasar, sea la dirección que sea, no te cases con un lado, vamos a ver lo que es, aprovechar esas oportunidades. Lo tenemos en Solana, lo tenemos en Bitcoin, lo tenemos en todo el SP500, en Amazon, en todo. Así que vamos a poner atención, vamos a mantenernos encima de esto y pues a darle para adelante. Les mando un fuerte abrazo una vez más. Gracias a todos por acompañarme en este casino del tío Salo con Alex y Farhan. Pórtense bien y aquí están los enlaces para todo lo que necesiten. Tenemos el torneo de trading que estamos regalando hasta $60,000 en USDT con BTCC. Ahí lo tienen abajo y también el Discord. También tienen nuestro Discord que es absolutamente gratis y tienen nuestro cómo usar los exchanges de futuros en tutos en nuestro sitio elitetradingacademy.us que también es absolutamente gratis para lo que necesiten. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Una vez más, gracias por estar aquí conmigo. Pórtense bien y nos vemos pronto. Bye, gone.